Oh.
Okay, let me run away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm starting to get used to this place a little bit, sort of. I don't know. I feel like this was a little bit better than just being stuck in the fort the whole time from the last place we were at.
I mean, it's nice to get proper fresh air and also be grounded, so that's a plus.
The fresh air is nice, just, you know, not the not the fact that we are very close to people that probably aren't very happy with us being here.
So far, they've been seen at least to not immediately try to stab us in the jugulars. So
Yeah.
we take what we can get, honestly.
At least they're more concerned about dealing with the rift beasts like that big one they shot out of the sky last night.
We do have to deal with that. Need to find Actaris as well.
Yeah.
Give Caldwell a proper report of everything.
I was gonna say, you were kind of like, you were kind of just away for a while. Everything was good. I tried finding you.
It was the
Successful?
no, I've told as best as we were when it comes to the whole stealth mission went as best as it went.
Oh right. Yeah, the thing I said.
Did you already forget, Silly?
You silly Billy, how could you forget?
I've been focused on something else this entire week while I was trying to like get to it, and also I've been worried about stuff just in general.
Wait for a second. Lumen, could you hold there for a moment?
Okay!
Sure.
Riley!
They'd still been quiet for like pretty much the entire week, and honestly, I'm kind of it's kind of starting to concern me. I don't know why.
Like,
yeah, like I haven't heard them for a
Just
week now.
okay,
going out with Barrett and Luca.
sure.
I don't
That's.
know if that's a bad thing or not.
You think they completely left you alone after everything?
Look at this. Robert, new haircut made by me with my sword.
Oh,
You are very full of
Vesper did an amazing job. I think
Don't look in the back.
you should. Don't. Yes, don't.
What you mean? What?
What? There's nothing wrong.
Hang on.
What you did?
He asked
No,
me for
no, there's
haircut.
nothing.
I'm
There's nothing.
obliged.
Alright.
Have you
I'm
given people a
busy with
haircut
that.
before?
next time somebody wants a haircut, you call me, okay?
Listen, well, you know, I've cut
Wait, just need to call
hair in the
and
past.
see like.
What's wrong with
There you go.
hair?
You
Ew!
really, that's.
I
You
was
know what?
combing
You
her.
just.
That's how my father used to do my hair.
Listen,
Okay,
There's water right there.
But that you
Are you
have
his-
a family.
are you his
You
father?
two are not.
Shit. I don't
Robert, I'm so
That's
sorry.
weird.
Robert, it looks fine.
You're thinking too far into
I'll
this.
do a touch-up later.
I feel like you could have messed up a lot worse. I mean, at that
Thanks,
point,
because I don't know
Bald
what's-
would have probably been the more obvious choice, but he's doing fine.
What?
It's
What?
not
I can
bad,
see
it's
in the
just
back
He
of my
looks
different.
head.
great.
Okay.
There's nothing
No, I mean,
bald going on.
Got hair,
there.
got hair on his head, and most of the time it's more about the face anyway. So
Yeah, Robert, you got a great face.
Well, if you're looking
Yeah.
for
you have a face, yeah.
Thanks.
It's over there.
Barrett.
2 eyes, a nose.
You look
a mouth.
great, Robert.
Good. Thank you, dude. You don't mind me? I'm gonna talk to Actaris about the
Vesper did a
mission.
great job.
Yeah.
We'll be here.
Barrett,
How's Caldwell?
I just something was
I don't really know
like.
what talking.
Ah, I knew I smelled him.
She's excitable.
Yeah, I kind of knew that from the first day, so you know.
Yeah.
I'm going to check over the village.
Okay.
Anyway,
I want to go pay my friends a visit.
Yeah. They've
Yeah, I mean, I made plenty of good new friends there. They love me.
I'm impressed.
You heard
Given
them
that,
singing the songs I sing.
yeah, I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
I heard
beautiful
one of
voice,
them
Captain.
said something along the lines of, "I'm gonna fucking kill that guy when I see him next."
Well,
And
they
then-
haven't yet.
And then
So-
proceeded,
Stay
and then
mad,
proceeded,
stay mad.
and then proceeded to keep humming it. So I think they're just mad that you were.
I told you. They're mad because I'm a good singer and I've kept the hopes up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is my
You
home
sure
after
have.
all. Like,
Morning all.
I used to live around
Hey,
here.
Luca.
My farm used to be
Me too.
more further up.
Well, not here, but like more towards
Here
the mountains.
specifically. Yeah. My farm is long gone.
Well,
I
that's not
tried
true.
to
I was in
venture
the
out to find it.
mountains.
Was paid my respects and such.
Oh.
But nice to see some people. Bring some good fortune and help where I can, spread some joy, sing some old songs of the best in day I once knew.
Attaboy.
And yeah, I mean that's kind of all we're here to do, right? Help where we can. It's not just
Exactly.
helping physically. I mean, some people are down in their dumps.
Yeah.
Emotional and mental assistance is very important when it comes to upkeeping the good vibes, as I like to
Bad
say.
morale means less work. Good morale means more
Mhm.
work.
Is that how it works?
That's how it works on a ship. You keep the morale up, you sing songs, people work together, get some more working as a unit. Happy man, happy life.
I'll keep that in mind. For that one over there.
You should. Yeah, if your team ever feels down, sing them some songs.
I don't know.
I am far too embarrassed to
There's
sing
plenty
in
of songs
front
you can
of people.
learn.
So, unfortunately, they would have to all pretend like they weren't listening and not in the room, and then maybe they could hear it.
I'd have to turn around and close my eyes and like also cover my ears so I don't hear them laugh. But that's just me.
Yeah.
Who will be laughing at your songs? Singing isn't the way, it's good to sing good, but sing from the heart, you sing like you mean it, and you can just fake around everything you can. I mean, on the sea, you think we're all great, lovely singers? No, just me. But, my crew,
Wow.
Neckbeard, his voice was not made to belt out, the words of gods and such, So, he
Wow, we're
would still
braced
sing
for
and
it.
join along. It's just putting in the effort and enjoying it, right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
I suppose so.
So don't worry if people are staring at you. Just imagine every word of the sea. And you're just
I mean,
sailing
people
through
are
it.
always staring at me now that I think about it.
People
'cause,
stare at me in general because I look weird. So,
Yeah, me too.
You just need to not worry about it. Enjoy, sing songs. They make you feel happy. That's what I do.
I mean,
I'll take your
I
advice.
was gonna say the weird stares, especially when I was trying to just flag down the setting sun people.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you're like the only person ever to be you, so of course people are a bit
mean-
confused and startled.
Same with everyone.
Yeah.
People love
I mean-
to stare. Just because they like to stare,
Well,
whatever.
like,
People
I mean,
stare at me all the time.
I mean, it could be worse, I suppose. I could walk around with my hand unbandaged.
Day one of me being here, people thought I had paint on my face.
Somebody tried to say that the bandages needed to be adjusted and we were going to start trying to unravel them, and I don't think
Huh?
I've ever whipped my hand away from somebody so fast. Because that was the last thing I needed, was day one of getting here, having someone unravel it in front of a bunch of people that don't know what's going on,
Oh,
and they just see,
That'd scare the piss out of them. Oh,
they
God.
just see
I don't wanna think about it.
beautiful, gorgeous, unblemished skin. Totally what's under
Yes,
here.
very much.
Yeah.
Embrace your differences. Accentuate them. That's what I do. I'm
I-
missing an eye and I made it funny.
I was gonna say, I'm
Oh.
a little bit easier to do that, harder to embrace that one. It tends to scare people.
Well, if you tend to scare people, sure. Keep it wrapped and just embrace the wrappings.
Or just prove them wrong and show them that you're not that bad of a girl.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, I don't want them to think that I have the devouring or something. They'd probably...
That's fair, but it's
When you're
not
still walking
contagious,
around.
so...
You're also not gonna.
I mean, people can...
I mean, worst comes to worst.
People can walk around with the devouring
they just put you
before they
down.
die, just, you know...
Well, yeah, you don't show the maddening though. You don't show the sickliness and the horrible pains that usually people with the devouring get. So I'm pretty safe to say that you don't have the devouring.
It's a mystery what it is at this point. I don't
so
understand
is
a
life.
single freaking thing about it. Hey, look, it's Rowan.
When put together, alchemical supplies, but she's around. She's just, you know how fast she is. So.
Gotcha.
Morning. Morning.
Morning.
Well, that pretty much accounts for
okay?
everybody being up and about with,
Coffee order.
except for Rin, I believe.
Martesh. Martesh
Rin's
hasn't come back.
I was referring to Lumen, specifically.
Our team? Listen.
Rin's out gathering supplies.
Listen, if I try to keep track of
Herbs and
every single person in the initiative, I would be spending like half my day taking inventory of people.
Fair enough.
I mean,
I don't like not knowing things. This sucks. I smell
Well,
somebody that way, but I don't know who.
okay, well, if we're talking about things that people need to know, because I didn't quite fully hear the context about the stuff that Barrett and I guess a couple others did.
Barrett and Co.
Barrett and Co. But I should probably, because I got so focused on what I was trying to do throughout the week that I realized I completely forgot to tell anybody what the end goal of that was.
Successful?
Sort of? I mean, I have an in with them now, so I suppose that counts for something.
Oh, that's a start. Yeah, no, alliances are very important. Well,
It's...
that one bit of news was kind of...
Yeah, I mean, it's, it was more me trying to, figure out a missing link from stuff that, we had before, and this looked like well, it's the first opportunity
Oh,
to,
it's Robert.
figure out things. But I don't want to, like, go into the details and then repeat myself later, so if Rin's out and busy, then, I guess, if Vesper comes back over this way, I was hoping we could have, like, quick Lumen meeting.
Sorry, I've been having
Headaches.
it's really bad day.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Yeah, I was out.
Out?
Yeah.
Don't keep secrets.
I'm not giving secrets. I'm not talking yet.
Oh, you know, that's a fair point. I'm so quick to assume that people are just gonna keep things from me, you know?
Well, I mean, it's... opening up right away that way kind of may put people off, you know?
Nah.
No, that is exactly the sort of thing that, like, if someone's not doing it, but then they get immediately accused of it, then they think that there's, like, a breakdown of trust and they feel uncomfortable.
Ooh. That checks out. Hey guys, Captain, how have you been? You've been really busy.
I mean, I end up falling asleep earlier. I'm fine now. I think I need to... What have you two been up to?
Yeah.
Well, I know vaguely what you've been up to, I think, but...
Something the citizen.
Sort of, and just, you know,
Morning, everybody.
keeping
Morning.
track of something else has
Morning.
been, well, as weird as it would sound, it's starting to get concerning, which is the fact that, I haven't heard anything inside of my head for a whole week now. And it's...
An entire week?
The thing is,
You guys just
I
switch tracker
don't...
boxes.
I don't know if it's a good thing or not, or if... I just... Given when it first happened, I'm not sure if that's a sign that I might have messed up or something.
Or they're thinking about something else that's super duper really important that they want to say to you.
Here's the thing, even when none are like directly like sticking out and like talking, I usually like hear like white noise, like, you know, kind of like just like that, like almost like a quiet static. It's like that most of the time otherwise, but that's been completely silent too. Ever since the point I yelled at the orb.
I mean,
well, okay,
I kind of understand that.
Yelling is a bit of a
I don't
heavy
see any
word, but
problem here, really.
I don't know.
Perhaps you just take it as the gifts you're given, the markings are doing their job a bit better now.
Never mind.
You alright?
I'm sorry.
Guess
It's
that's what
just
you
been a while
said.
since we've been around Weston, so.
Yeah. It's been a few years since I've last been here, so...
Likewise. Well, not a year, but either way, it's been a minute. And I...
It's all good. Don't worry.
You guys know that ones of the chief on air send a letter to and then the chief really? It's crazy.
Yeah? What?
Oh, holy shit, I want to get in on that.
Go talk to them then, I'm not gonna stop you. Go on.
No, I was talking about the cheese.
Oh
Wait,
my
they have
goodness.
What? Cheese?
They were talking about some sort of like letter with
Where did Barrett go?
I know! I'll see you later, Cap! Bye, Riley!
What?
Hey!
Oh, there he
I'm always
is.
watching, Céline.
Yeah, I've noticed.
Always watching. You think it's creepy? Sometimes I feel like I'm creepy.
I suppose it would depend on the context of how and why you were doing it.
Hypervigilance. It's something.
Do we honestly believe that Palvanor would not sway back from the idea of soul magic for the Win Their War?
I can't say anything for certain.
Ugh.
However, the ability to gain that knowledge is not easy. Well, the only reason we were able to find it ourselves was because we found a single necromancer who fled Fevira. And what was it, 20-something years ago?
I mean, the fact that you can't say definitively no they wouldn't says volumes as it is, though.
I can't say anything definitively for anyone. Had you asked me if I could definitively say the primes wouldn't, I could give a good guarantee they wouldn't, but I couldn't definitively tell you they wouldn't.
Fair.
So the other thing specifically is that unless... I'm not sure how many research we've so far done when it comes to the Rift Beasts. I know quite a bit, but just to reaffirm, the Rift Beasts in itself are technically also creatures that possess mana, right?
Actually, I can say pretty certainly based off how I figured out how that one eye that I had before it got... when it was a bit messed up. I couldn't see them at all with that eye. And that eye was specifically reacting to mana. They have...
Okay.
They are not made of it. They don't have any, so they were just invisible.
The leading theory that I've heard the most, and it's one of the reasons for the devouring is that you can consider them a corruption of mana. It's a leading theory that I've heard so far. Essentially consider it... If you were to take one of these blades of grass, light it on fire, could you say this is grass?
I would say not anymore.
You wouldn't be able to feed it to an animal that eats grass, even if it was previously. Well, the leading theory, as far as I can remember, and one of the top reasons people believe the devouring can't really be killed, is it is corrupting the mana, turning it to something that it's not. We had a discussion previously. Remember previously we had a discussion of the occult. How it's one of the traits of it is you can remove a concept. Not just energy, not just matter, you can remove a concept of something.
I remember.
What do you get if you take mana and then fully remove the concept of it being attached to anything? Just alienate it from all of the elements, all of the schools, divine. The occult itself do agree.
You would just get an empty void.
Yet it's still there. Technically. The concept's gone.
You remove the cause, you retain the effect. The effect is not quite the same, but it's something.
If that's the I guess if that's the case, though, then why is it that specifically you need mana-based, magically empowered weaponry or just magic itself to defeat them? Wouldn't that almost like you think it would make it? Wouldn't that almost like
you attack the unhealthy?
I mean, it's
personally
protected against that.
My leading theory is that. Because I had this out in case of a stray shot. Stone. You can stop a sword with a stone, you can stop a single target spell with this stone. This is the shield that I normally use. If I had a shield that was made of fire, I could still stop spells. Mana interacting with mana will interfere with each other. If they are in all essence mana, except they cannot be manipulated, and that's why they're able to stay their form, or the corruption or alteration of it. Mana interrupts mana.
Still, the entire situation. It still bothers me. Just the idea of, and you do have a fair point with your condition that possibility is always there. And I mean, so far what we've seen from Palvandor has not really given us any confidence on that front. But the idea of using civilians as sort of a, for lack of a better word, battery to charge a cannon seems asinine.
I mean, if they're not using soul magic, they can still threaten people's lives and scare people into just willingly giving up their mana. Even if not that, there's still the threat of weapon.
But it's the understanding of what is easier, just putting them into, let's say, a cage and just dunking that into an area where it just saps their mana, or putting a gun to their head and forcing it to do it. You'll probably have more effect than just finding out a way of putting them in a cage.
Yeah, it's just, if we don't know that, there's still a possibility of still using people as a battery. It may remove possibly the science or magic they need to do to sap it out. By normal means, there's still the threat of them still doing it one way or another, even without it.
Yes.
The worries about the people.
I know there are rituals for it out there, and two items I can do it, but at some point when I can get my own project going, I would want to set up a anti-magic field. Something that forcefully disperses mana. See what will happen if we put a rift beast inside. If we're lucky, it'll have an effect. If we're not lucky, well, we've just discovered something important. If they are a corrupted form of mana, and has removed the concept of itself, the magic field won't have an effect on them. It'll have an effect on us if we try to cast anything to stop them, so...
Which is an interesting thing, because we still captured one in
Indeed.
shitty soul jar. So, by stabilizing a force and doing all that shit to get it, there's something there.
There's something there now, yes.
So...
Yeah, but we had
applied,
to give external energy to it because it wouldn't
what
work without that potion.
That potion was made using spirit essence. Spirits being essentially a conscious mana. Essentially, you have forcefully reintroduced the idea and the concept of mana into it. However, again, these are theories.
You guys as
We don't have
voices
anything
can be
concrete on it,
however
but-
you want to be, just
These are my personal theories, at least.
the things I tell you are suggestions
Regardless,
and prompts.
I'll have
You
to
are free
think
to
more
play
about
them
them,
however
potentially
you
figure out
wish.
a way to... I don't know, the entire aspect of it still just bothers me. I'll figure out something, maybe a plan to... Maybe work with some civilians, maybe potentially in the future. Maybe figure out a way that if we do find civilians, maybe inform them about it, or not at least inform them. If they've worked with Palvandorian specifically, to interrogate them about it as well. Maybe find some more information about it. But until then, I was just going to ask that question, and thank you, it has been thoroughly answered. I'm
There's any more?
going to be looking around for Luca.
Let me know. I'll
Well,
try to
it's-
give as good an answer as I can.
Of course. Thank you again. And of course, apologize again for interrupting the conversation beforehand.
Nah, it's fine.
By all means. You joining me?
Yeah.
Alright.
Well, I don't know if we're gonna easily gather all of Lumen together anytime immediately soon. I suppose it's about the same
Go
time
on.
you guys were doing that stuff. I was... You remember those, like, you remember what we found out towards, around the time we were still finishing up the, well, unknowingly finishing up the concept for the essence jar, and we had those pirates show up again that were basically trying to steal that book.
I remember those.
You remember the marking?
The ones that decided to freeze us in place?
Yeah, the ones that had mind mages among their ranks. You
Right,
remember how?
those.
You remember the marking that one of them had tattooed on them?
I think I do remember seeing it. Why? What about it?
Well, I mean, that sigil, like, myself personally, the only time I'd ever seen that sigil before was on that investor that we had visiting the island for a while, up until the point that the rift opened up at the old academy from the setting sun.
Right. No, I remember you told me about that guy. Yeah, was it Sun Elf, was it?
Yeah, his name was, I believe it was Sinclair Daynor.
Right. Wait,
Well,
what was that? Were they in the same group?
I believe so. He was representing himself as a member of the Setting Sun, and that's where he said he was heading off to when he disembarked.
One moment.
What?
Sinclair Daynor, Sun Elf.
Yes.
Purple robes, golden armor?
Yeah. Flashy lightning magic.
Yeah, no, I know this guy.
You...
No, I've met him.
How do you know him? Like,
He was in Droza. He showed up at the... he presented himself at Stronghold Helston. asking for assistance for his cause. We laughed him straight out of the door.
How long ago was that?
Oh, that was even before I set out to Rosewood.
Huh.
That was,
Small world.
fuck, how long was that ago?
I mean, that probably
A
means
couple
that
of
it,
months, I think.
yeah, that was probably means that, and well, it either means it was right after he disembarked the ship that we had fled there from, or it was before he came to the island, which technically was before I did. He was there. I don't remember the exact context. I don't know if anyone ever mentioned to me. I believe he was, I guess, assessing stuff as one of the few investors that were still willing to work with us.
It was, yeah, he was invested in the setting sun. Remember, he talked about specifically due to his entire aspect of trying to unite the entirety of the world for the sake of handling the rift beasts and everything.
Yeah, that's pretty
He tried
much.
his best to.
Distant
He
bell
tried his
of
best
an
to.
incoming ship from the northeast.
Hmm.
Huh.
You hear that?
Yeah, I think,
It comes from the north. I feel like it comes from the northeast, but I'm also kind of, it's echoing, so I have no idea which direction.
yeah, I think that's, from the harbor? But anyways,
It's a good question.
before I lose track of that, but now I'm
Go on.
kind of interested. So, that marking on the pirate was also a Setting Sun member, and they were, or at least, well, it's the same mark that belongs to them, or at least it certainly looked like it.
Mhm.
Oh,
It was Caldwell.
This way?
maybe we walk and talk general direction.
Sure, we should probably check the
Well, I just
where the
wanted to
ship
find
is
it, 'cause
coming from.
northeast is
So
that way, technically, so...
Well, I know, yeah, there's ships up there past the bridge. That might be the doctor talking about.
no good then. Let's make our way there.
Okay.
We can
so-
talk about it in a sec there.
Yeah.
I think there must be something about us because it's not the first.
Well, I mean, there was that one ship that some of us had gone out on those ships to help them, like, with the fishers. But, there was that one that, like, went northbound, after, like, we kind of escorted it out past the blockade area.
Right. Okay.
Wonder if that's a.
Could
I wonder.
potentially be them then.
I wonder if they came back.
Hello, Sunny.
Well, regardless, I am mildly invested.
realized.
Oh hey, so it's been a week. Feeling a bit more
How you feeling?
at home here, sort of. Now that you're not having to
Relatively,
stow
yes.
away.
It's certainly much better than hiding along the ship.
That's fair enough.
Hopefully, people have been treating you
It's
all
good
right.
to know. Regardless of their treatment towards me, it's warranted. I was here unwelcome.
Listen, at this point, allies are few and far between. Someone who's willing to be with us and isn't showing themselves to be a harm is sorely needed at this point.
I understand. In that case, I'm still grateful that you'll have allowed me to stay. Considering my circumstance.
Fair.
Do we have a captain?
They're auxiliary. Forces. Captain of the ship.
Oh, some of them are.
That guy. Captain, you're the captain of the ship?
Auxiliary.
Do I know him from
somewhere?
Oh yeah.
We should line up, you know.
Nope.
Yeah,
Somewhat organized manner.
Somewhat organized.
Rotation.
Right.
Where is it? Was that terrorist not
Oh,
following?
shit, are we lining up again?
Well, I'm the closest in to a professor.
Fuck, I'm not even wearing my gambison.
Shit. Alright.
I didn't realize we had so many people joining
Stand
us.
Welcome to Besting Bay.
You represent yourself.
What's
It's true.
Rosewood. I'm currently not a professor, but I am a captain.
Do you know them?
of the ship that brought. I've been working in the school
Or you
for
just-
No!
Okay.
If you would mind to follow me.
Wait, is that?
All right.
You're thinking it too?
I am Captain Murphy.
Dog.
They refer to me as that.
Oh my goodness.
Must be new people. Auxiliary.
All right, let's get moving.
How the
Oh,
fuck?
we're moving?
Hello, everybody.
Terrace, good.
All right.
That is a good question, but
Hi.
if they're willing to work with us and they're not immediately a threat, I'm not having problems with it, at least so far.
I mean, we probably still have, like, information out there.
Well, some of them are not wearing
One would
auxiliary
assume.
forces uniforms, so
Oh, there he is.
I'm
yeah, but
assuming
wait a
that
second.
means they're
Wait a second.
I don't recognize.
more
What's wrong with us?
combative forces.
What is that? What are we looking at? I know those people.
Okay, there are people. There are people that know each other.
That's a dock worker that found them.
I don't know. Why do you know them?
They were here before.
Because they went to Rosewood.
Oh!
Oh wait, those are
Hi!
people from the.
I remember.
Wait, what do you mean they were here before? Were they like previous
They were
members?
students that left. Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
Cool. Yeah. I
Sure.
Yes.
I wonder if that was what that ship that we helped go northward was for. Was to try to pick them up.
Not sure, but fair enough.
No, of course.
I suppose that would be why they would know how to come here to find us, because they certainly aren't getting normal shipments in.
I'm waiting around.
Right.
This is my brother.
Specialists.
What?
Hi, I'm your
No.
I am a therapist.
Is it?
For those who are
We can use that guy.
three of those
I give him a week.
Therapy dog, therapy dog, therapy dog.
Right.
I got that.
Give him a week before he needs that.
Before we need another therapist to help the
Fevira
therapist.
was a member of Terra.
We got a therapist with a
And
therapist.
Avi.
I'm the therapist.
Avi was.
Wait. I heard that name before. We've talked about it in the past. Who's Avi? Is he one of the previous members?
Well, sorry, that guy is.
Yes.
Judging from Gelb's reaction when he went charging over there and lifted him up, I'm going to assume so.
The Viking with the white hair, the Dragonkin with the white hair, and the Spherica with the yellow. All used to be students at the island.
Interesting.
Also part of the team.
Were there any specific reasons why they left, or just?
She's also part of the Aether Tech.
That's personal.
Burying, I'm sure. You can ask them
Fair
about
enough.
it.
Fair enough. I'll check in with them.
Someone call my name?
Though Sorelier predates all of you on Lumen. Perhaps she'll want her colors back.
She's
You can
well.
fight
I
for it,
mean,
I'll
they
do
would
that.
they would have to make a special exception for us to have more than 6 members.
Not going to happen.
Our chemist.
Isn't Rowan up and about?
Yeah,
I did see him before. I'm not sure he might still be.
Feeling a bit sick.
he's kind of having he's been having a morning.
Stomach has been bouncing in and out.
We got some fresh meat.
I didn't get to thank Murphy for helping us.
I can't help myself.
Greetings.
Oh!
New blood, I see.
Gia, behind you!
How are you? Good to meet you.
Well, that's one way to not be subtle about it.
Heard you from Droza?
Very.
Yeah, mercenary work mainly.
Good to see you, fellow from Drozen blood. Northern or southern?
North.
You guys go there.
That thing
Good to
looks
have another northern
heavy.
brand. Interesting weapon style.
Yeah, it is. No.
What kind of mercenary work have you done?
Whatever's under the sun, really. Never pays good. Never gets the job done.
Oh my goodness, he's already prepared with a clipboard.
Good to have a fellow person who understands that way.
I've been on the boat for 7 weeks, so I've been taking down nuts and preparing myself to try and help out as much as I can.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say soft, but they have.
Good luck.
Some of them are
There's a lot of
pretty much. at
There's a
war,
lot of
so
stuff to unpack for a lot of
I might
people
need a
here.
reminder from time to time. But
Hello!
they're good folk. They know
Oh! Hello!
Pretty sure
Nice to meet you. Yeah, nice to meet you. You said Sunny like a minute ago, right?
Did you have a safe trip?
Nice to meet you.
I should ask about
Yeah, it was pretty nice. Long, but it was like really long, but it was fine. I wish I had more room on deck to run around, but it was fine.
Well, there's plenty of room to run around now.
fast.
Apparently he's someone that people already know.
Never needed it.
No, there's a fourth.
Have you ever fought
There
against
That's a familiar face I haven't seen
three
in a
dogs
while.
here go with us.
It's only one or two.
Doc,
They got brothers.
oh my goodness.
I'm pretty sure he's gonna be sticking with his brother.
Go say hey.
Docs for
You're
days.
gonna have to fight some that I'm more than just.
Nice to meet you. I'm Yorichi, by the way.
We have a way
Céline.
to make it a lot easier.
Hi.
If you do your
Nice to
job
meet
and
you.
carry your weight, we're sure to teach you to understand that, and you get your weight.
Okay,
I learned quick.
oh. Random man run off in the woods.
Oh, that's, that guy who was running off that way, that was Murtesh. He's in, Ignis.
I did not expect to actually meet you guys so soon. I thought I'd have time to actually, like, plan what to say.
Well, you would have gotten in a bit quieter had the, ship not rung its bell and alerted everybody within the immediate vicinity to come
That sounds about
running.
right. That's fair, that's fair.
So,
Anyways,
blame the ship captain.
Nah, he's nice. I wouldn't blame him. He has some issues, but I wouldn't blame him for anything.
Rhetorically, not like.
I mean, when it comes to mercenary work, you're more of a lonely guy. This guy can come through. Able to work with.
Patches.
Hello.
Hey, Crawley! Hey, Crawley! Yeah, I'm doing okay.
I suppose that.
Patches went big.
I don't think they're Ferrari.
They said Ferrari.
Are they?
Said Big Ferrari. Said Big Ferrari.
Huh. Okay. I mean, if they.
Big Ferrari.
You know what?
Big
You know,
Ferrari.
if that's how they want, if that's how they see themselves, more power to them. You've been keeping up your training, keeping up the captain of the Ferrari Guard.
I should probably check in with him.
Nice
to meet you. And lastly,
Captain.
it's good to see you.
It's good to be back.
And I believe.
Keep it up.
Oh man, you made my week. Oh, Sanifa, this is
Previous members of the initiative.
Thank you,
Introduce myself. Name is Barrett.
Fevira, Ori.
On itself, I wanted to ask,
Welcome.
kind of an introduction. If you
okay?
leave before then, any sort of specific reasons?
Yeah, of course, okay. I don't know anyone here. I'm new. I'm very new here. Yeah.
I mean, I've noticed.
Really kind of the chase there.
I guess we'll just follow.
It is a bold question.
Those two over there were like,
It's kind of a question
were
for
excited
people that have now
because
decided
they
to come join us again.
saw what quote big Ferrari.
It had nothing to do with the initiative. That's okay. If they want me to be a big Ferrari, I'll be it for them.
This isn't too big of a deal, I imagine.
I knew it.
Seems like it.
So,
I don't know what the green one is though.
So you must be team
Sorry for
Lumen.
Lumen,
Yep.
correct? Oh, Lumen, good. And that guy over there, is he also team
Loyalty
Lumen?
in what way?
Yeah.
Not loyal.
He's Barrett.
Oh, okay, team Lumen. Yeah, and she's also team Lumen. All right. Yeah, that's okay.
Most of it was made amends on my final day.
Is it the color? I mean, it is kind of a striking yellow.
Wanted to do what I could outside. To
No. It's striking like in a good way.
as well.
Yeah, he's striking in a good way. You guys, you seem to be fine. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I'm just very nervous. You seem to be doing fine. Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of new people, but I mean,
Sorry?
everybody here is generally cool.
The way how I see it went by the warm welcome, and if it's already been confirmed and everything, that's
Thank you.
Everybody on Moon is
need to be
pretty
informed
cool.
about
Everything's gonna be
happenings
fine.
within the
Pretty
initiative
nice.
as well as plans that have currently happened. There might, of course, be a small period where even
Everyone on
though
Moon, like
Yes,
everyone.
you and understand that there's needs to be sort of a connection to be reestablished. For
Is there?
I'm sure you can gather that. But
Got a problem?
overall,
Is there a problem?
No problem whatsoever. Of course, everything is fine. Everything is absolutely fine. Sorry, they just do that every now and then.
I don't know your name, so I can't actually like address your name. But
He seems nice.
you're not really giving me the impression that everything's fine.
Yeah.
Maybe she's just got really
don't
bad
worry about it.
anxiety.
Yeah, maybe it's just that the weird feeling in which you get.
Some of us are busy in the castle
Which phone?
touching base with the soldiers and such.
Don't worry, there's nothing suspicious, right? Nothing suspicious. It's okay. Yeah.
Do you want to stay around and
way
make
to
friends?
dismiss the fact
We're about to move forward.
I feel like she's having
Everything will be okay, Tori.
she's having a panic attack, and it's kind of concerning me.
You can walk with us. It's okay.
New environment. She's Drozen.
Fair, I guess.
Yeah,
So
Drozen.
I heard you two were
Oh, Barrett's frozen too.
members
So is
previously.
Barrett is frozen too.
Huh?
Yep.
What are you thinking?
So what brings you back then?
Yep.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Well, I suppose it's that Rosewood's the
It's
only
okay,
one
don't
that can make
worry.
a difference.
See, I'm smiling.
Rumors of
It's all right.
saving an entire city?
Rabbits, probably deer, not really as many of those.
You don't believe
Yeah,
me,
that
do
did
you?
happen.
Rabbit.
No. But it's okay. Whenever
Céline.
you're ready to talk about it, we can totally talk about it, you know?
Avilio Avidan. So nice to say it twice. But most of my friends just call me Avi.
Sure. I'll come around eventually, yeah.
And I believe I
Institution,
already
feelings
heard
matter
your
too,
name
so
was
it's okay. If you want to talk
Soil.
about it.
Did I say that right?
Thank you, Sunny.
Close enough.
But
Hardly anyone gets it right on the first time.
they have mostly. Oh, shit. Yeah, there is.
What's the big place?
I was guessing, as opposed to
I
welcome in
didn't
this
notice the
case,
big blue
welcome
guy. How did I not
back.
notice the big blue guy?
Sure.
What's that, son?
You should go talk to him,
Welcome
right?
back.
You can meet him too.
Oh,
Look, his weapon!
good
Oh,
feedback.
look at his weapon!
But
Oh my
they're
goodness,
defending
Sonny.
the area as best they can with the people they
I
have.
need to-
There's not a lot of people as an evacuation has been made. There's a place called Fort Ophelia.
Can I
It's
talk to you?
inland that way, about a 3-day stride.
Try and talk to you later. Just give some space.
I'm not saying it's like a bad thing. I'm just choosing not to because I have better things to do. I'm alright.
I was just joking.
I think we all here need a little, wonderful. Therapy.
I can't help but notice that they were acting weird ever since they looked towards Barrett. They're worse of a liar than I am. Trying to force that open isn't gonna work. Hmm? Yeah? Sorry.
You okay?
Just confused by the interaction I just had.
What was the interaction?
One of the new auxiliary force people, seemed really cool and then just looked out, like, towards people and, like, very clearly looked like they were starting to have some kind of panic attack, yet insisted everything was fine, yet they are the worst liar I have ever met in my life. And I can't help but feel like
what did
it
they
was
look like?
the small, the short, like, primal Zvirka. I didn't get their name.
Oh. Hmm. Yeah, I haven't talked to them yet. They're like this big, aren't they?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, I mean, they
Yeah.
seemed nice. It's just something about.
Did you meet everyone else?
Mostly. I mean, I was like in the socializing mood with like new people and all that, and then that happened, and I was just like, did we do something wrong? Like, because it seemed like they had an issue with, like, because they seemed to be heavily focused upon Lumen in general, and it was like, I don't know what happened, but I'm hoping it's like either it's like mistaken identity of something, they reminded them of somebody, they're skittish. I'm hoping it's just skittish, but it seemed a little bit of a heavy reaction for just, you know, new place vibes, you know?
Yeah, I get that.
I suppose right now I'm just trying to see if I can catch Rowan. Want to actually fill him in on what I was working on over the week, because in my infinite wisdom, I had spent so long trying to track down the people I needed to that I forgot to tell anybody what I was doing.
Oh, well then, yeah, go do that. And there's a shop outside, but 15 copper or something like that. You can get a nice fresh piece of bread if you'd like. Well, if they still are making them.
Well, I'll see if they still got any. Thanks. Hello. Alright, let's see if I can find where he went. Maybe he went into the town. Or not the town, but more the fort proper. I like how there are fireflies out even during the day here. So you guys are back then? Were you there the whole time? Or was it something I said? I was talking about the orb. I wasn't talking about you guys. Honestly, I didn't think that was what was going to happen. You have to look at it my way. Okay, maybe that's being too heavy. Please consider my point of view on this. I was talking to something that everybody is shown to have almost exclusively negative reactions from them interacting with them, and then I find out that they have a special interest in me. Of course I'm going to be terrified of that prospect and not want to have to deal with that. I was talking to it though. I didn't know that there was actually a connection there. You know, honestly, that raises more questions than answers anything. I must not be in here either. Are there people up in here? I was gonna say, are there people up in here? Hello?
Probably okay.
Did you jump out of that crenellation?
No. I fell.
You fell. With a piece of bread?
Yeah.
Did you obtain that with permission?
No, we're tavern. We're a tavern.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yes, they're gone.
Because if it wasn't, I was gonna go take you back and make sure it was paid for. Don't want them to be. Don't want them to be short on coin.
Coin fine. Coin fine.
All right. As for the whole claims of being ignorant, I am going off of the facts that I have in front of me and quantifiable observations that I've seen. Hey. If their intent is to be beneficial and positive for those that have interacted with it, then they are doing an awful job of conveying it. Because it has left people terrified, weakened, harmed. Can you really blame any of them for being angry? Or I guess a better way to say it, can you write for me? Because people can blame them. But would it be fair to? I say no.
What's that button?
You stay with the body. You know, stick with someone else. Don't be alone.
It's not helping at all.
Hmm?
What? Oh.
You okay, love?
No.
What's the matter?
Seems now my headmates are all upset.
What are we whispering about? What are we
Why
upset
are they
about?
upset?
The whole thing that happened a week ago.
Okay.
And
Why are they so fully upset? Is it because you shooed them away?
I shooed the orb away. I didn't shoo them away. I didn't know that doing that would lead to the other. And apparently that's...
Would that imply that the orb in itself and your voices, they are actively connected?
Or at least I... in some form, I don't know the exact nature of it. It's just... It's rapidly causing a headache.
Okay. Well, listen.
Have you tried apologizing?
Why should I apologize when it wasn't even aimed at them? Like, how was I supposed to know that they were actually tied together in somewhere that it was one thing?
If they were upset by it too, that must have meant something to them. And you should apologize and see why they're upset. You know? That's what I do if I don't understand why someone's upset.
And that's what it would be around the first place.
I get you, dear. Come here. Let me join you.
Did I say something bad?
Oh, you? I don't think you have. It's understandable the fact that they have caused you quite a disturbance, but I think what is necessary is that you do seem to find an anxiety if they're not speaking, don't you?
Well, yeah, because
Come here, Sonny.
The last time
didn't do anything wrong, dear.
The last time that this happened, I had a reason that made sense. This one lasted many times longer and didn't exactly make sense, and given what it was most related to, made me feel like that there was a good chance that, something worse would happen as a result. Like all those people that had the bad things happen to them in that dream because they denied the
I get you.
entity that one represented.
You thought because of that denial, you thought it was your turn now, did you?
Yeah. That was going to
But look at you.
lead to...
You're still okay. We're still okay.
For now.
But you're immediately casting doom and gloom for the perspective, and I understand you're worried, but I don't think you need to. I think it's just a complicated issue, and the fact that they have, even if they're upset, started talking to you again, means that there's still something that connects you.
Yeah, it's just now, like... It was anxiety-inducing not to hear them, but it's even more anxiety-inducing to hear them when they are this cold.
Yeah, I feel that with some other voices, I get that.
At least before, it was like, not fully antagonistic sounding.
Have you considered the idea potentially that, if I remember correctly, at one point you felt that there were two separate sets of voices? What if that supportive set of voices has now fell away and you only have these abusive voices that you had before with you?
But those were only present when I was, close to the rifts. I don't think we're that... I think we're far enough away from the one further into the city that... I haven't really been feeling the other things. I mean, the slight twinge to go off in a random direction, I'm sure, is the wrong direction. But, all the other stuff that we've seen happen to me, I haven't seen any of that happening, so... And, I mean, I recognize their voices. It's the same ones, just, none of the... Well... I don't even know if to call it a facade or whatnot of... the idea that there is help there. I don't know.
I'd say... I understand.
It's a bracelet. Oh, you guys are matching.
Are you gonna make one for yourself as well?
I
You
need to
better.
think about myself.
You should more often.
What I'm saying is right now is no, it's a struggle. I understand that these words are giving you that feeling of anxiety, but in a different kind.
Yeah.
I think you should still give it a little bit of time. Even if they're mad at you, even if they might say things, maybe it'll balance itself out again.
Talk to each other. That's what we do when we don't
I mean,
understand.
exactly.
Good
Ask them
communication's
questions.
important. Even if they're
You
little
know, if
voices
they-
in your noggin.
And you should know, dear, they do anything. We're here.
Oh, please. You know that.
Oh, right. I completely forgot that I was...
okay.
No, I forgot that, you know, the whole ship thing happened and completely interrupted what we were talking about before.
Right, yes, we're...
Forgetful is okay. I'm forgetful too.
It was, I had just got into the whole, what was it? We had just gone off that tangent about how you apparently knew the other guy, and, well, I didn't know that.
Yes, that is...
But
still not surprising
okay,
that he would
so-
make it to a place like Rosewood, but still.
Yeah,
just
but so...
go on.
Then when we had them show up,
yeah.
and those pirates showed up, and when we finally, you know, took down the one that was kind of like at least acting like the leader of them, and some of the other ones, and you and a couple other people were interrogating them and all that, and one of them had that mark on them. It was that same mark that was, I remember distinctly, was adorned on
Setting
his...
sun?
Yeah, the same
Yeah,
setting
sun.
But that's why, like, and I know I wasn't the only person who, like, you know, drew that connection. They distinctly saw that sigil, and...
I can confirm it was there. Me and Shia were the one that took them down.
Yeah.
It was like right on the forearm.
But they were...
It's pretty bad.
The thing is
And
that,
confusing.
like... You remember in the interrogation how, like, they were saying that, you know, it was, like... It was on behalf of at least someone or some group of others that put them up to it, but they wouldn't identify who or what it was. And it seemed like it went beyond the, let's call him the captain.
Huh?
Okay.
Well, that had been bothering me for a while because, you know, given what they were after, it's clear that it was, you know, that somehow they had knowledge that we had that in our possession, which would have meant that they would have had to get that information from somewhere, and if I had really no solid evidence to think about it, but I kind of had that sinking feeling that, you know, that marking there, and then, you know, seeing...
Go on.
So when I found out when we landed here that part of the main reason why the Eastern City hasn't fallen yet is that they've had, like, really famous leaders of the setting sun here on some of their other garrison. I've been spending, like, the better part of this whole week trying to get a chance to talk with them, and, like, just the other day, I was able to get... Well, I got in touch with one of the other battle mages they had.
Hold on. How did you do that? Did you send a letter?
No, I found them. I found one of them in the city. They...
Okay.
But I told them about the things that we had dealt with and the fact that we have been attacked by a group multiple times, both at the island that we used to inhabit and then later on a completely different continent, and how when one of them was apprehended finally, they had a mark that looked almost pretty much exactly like their sigil, and that I was worried that there was potentially people within the group, the organization, that could have been acting on their own accord and not necessarily with the right people, seeing as, you know, mind mages, all that other stuff.
A completely separate unit that has been working there. I understand that.
And I asked to be able to speak with the Raventhorns about that matter to see if they had any potential insight on if they knew of any people that would have that kind of discontent to potentially act out like that. He said he would see what he could do, and the next day they flagged me down and had me go up into the manor inside the city. I was actually able to get a chance to sit down and talk with them about it.
Two things. Did you go alone?
Yeah,
You didn't really tell me.
I was so focused on doing it and the whole distracted by the anxiety about this thing that it completely slipped my mind.
And you didn't tell anything about that? Not me, not Sonny.
Well, I'm here.
That's not the point, sweetheart.
Anything could have happened. But think about the possibilities here, sweetie. We're gonna go off of hypotheticals. Let's say that this was a planned attack by the setting sun. Imagine that for a second. If we walk over there, and you go in there alone, tell them about, they've attacked us, that might be a rogue part of a group, basically. If there was not that case, you went in there alone, you talk with people, you didn't inform Sonny, me, and if you didn't tell us, I'm assuming you didn't tell anybody like the Lieutenant or Caldwell, did you? Sweetie.
Well, it's
We're just worried.
Okay, but it's okay.
We're worried because what if they would have taken you or something? They've already showed force in trying to fucking kill us for information or whatever the fuck they wanted to have.
They tried to burn down our medical building.
Having you there alone. Well, still, they can probably get a lot of other things, and then having a Rosewood soldier, they could get all that kinds of information out of you.
No,
shit,
you don't
Céline,
understand.
Sweetie.
Yeah.
Know about half of the fucking soul jar thing.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at you. This is speaking from a point of worry about you.
Yeah. I don't think I'd
Look,
forgive
darling,
myself if something did happen.
Next time, if you don't want to tell Caldwell, don't want to tell Lieutenant.
It wasn't that I didn't want to
Well,
tell
it is something
them,
to...
it's just the whole effort of trying to...
It's okay.
Get the audience at them, just... Between that and the whole...
We could have...
Not...
We could have still done that together.
Not knowing if I was going to... have, those nightmares attacking me again because I did something wrong. That just didn't come to mind.
Look, I get it.
I didn't think I was doing
It was a
anything
second.
wrong.
It was a decision.
Here's the thing.
You look.
And Heron,
if
I
they
know.
okay, if
Look
they,
at me. You didn't do anything wrong. I know what you were trying to do. Cared about these people. I know you've told me about the setting sun. I know what connection they have when it comes to you. The thing is still this. You went in there on your own accord, and anything could have happened. I'm not mad for your choice. I'm just sad that you didn't tell me or Sonny, because you know we care and worry about you, silly idiot.
It's not like I didn't think about that possibility, but I considered the fact that obviously there's part of it was that I couldn't discount the possibility that it could have somehow been all tied back to, you know, all the stuff going on with Palvindor. There was no proof against it.
I get it. And that's why I'm saying you made the right decision.
But the thing is, though, is that if there is some sort of like hidden agenda going on, they clearly had an easy opportunity that they could have lashed out at us when we first got here, and they clearly have some sort of benefit to keeping up a positive appearance with the people here, so that if somebody... if they had done something that would have potentially jeopardized a position if they were trying to go for something.
I get that. And you have a point. Me and Sonny are not taking that away from you. You are correct. I think what you've done is something that not a lot of people do. You took the initiative of trying to figure something out to keep allies in check. But it's the problem. We are a team.
That's right.
I didn't do it on purpose, okay?
I know you did. Céline, love, Moonlight, listen to me. I know you didn't do it on purpose.
You're okay, sweetie pie. We were just scared.
We're just worried about you. Okay?
Next time, that's all we're asking, is that if you can't tell the others, at least tell us, because we love you very much. Like,
I need to hear it from me. Your choice to not tell us, that was the silly part. But the fact that you went out there by yourself, the fact that you took that initiative to help out potential allies, for them to eliminate a potential rogue cell.
Okay, but so
I'm proud of you.
Sorry.
Finish, because I didn't quite finish, because we kind of, you know, laid into the forgetting to tell anyone part.
You okay? Oh dear.
We're not gonna drill it into you, honeybee. You're just next time. Tell us, okay?
I spoke to so I told him about. I left out any details about what they were looking for. But there was no mention of the journal or anything like that.
Right.
But they seemed legitimately concerned about the possibilities, but when I kind of shifted to the fact that they were otherwise presenting themselves as pirates, they seemed a bit skeptical of the situation a bit. That the fact that there's not a whole lot of members of their order in the first place, and most of them are stationed in Fevira or acting on their own accord. And at least Miss Evangeline believed that it was possible that there was the possibility that the marking is not as uniquely distinct as it could be confused with a marking of a noble house or another faction.
Right.
But they said that there was another member of their order that was rather familiar with these sort of things, and they would bring it up to them when they next saw them, and pretty much after they said that, kind of the conversation just sort of stopped rather abruptly after that point, and they kind of just sent me on my way. But
Maybe a couple of dots were connected in that moment.
I have an in with them.
That
at
could be
least.
the case.
I think if they
Look.
I think that's I don't. They didn't confirm it, but it might have been another member of the garrison stationed here.
That's why I'm saying what you've done is a very smart choice, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You've
Reaching
done
out's
well.
always a good thing.
You've made sure to stay connected, and if that turns out to be true, we can also potentially use that as a connection to get in contact with the setting sun to clear up any problems that might have been in the past.
Because there was one. Because I didn't mention Sinclair's name in that conversation, so I didn't know if it was relevant yet.
Sinclair Daynor.
Oh,
Turns out.
Oh yeah, you never met him either. He was somebody that was at the academy for a bit, before the rift opened.
Butterflies.
Sorry.
There are a lot of butterflies around.
He was a member of the Setting Sun that was there visiting on grounds of evaluating the current situation with Rosewood as one of the investors that was still willing to work with us after the whole stink about a cult got out into the greater public.
Oh.
Right. That whole thing.
Oh, so did they step in to like be like mediate, or was it like oh, you can't do that? Or...
I think it was just more general evaluating of the I lost my train of thought of the situation, and
take your time.
Trying to figure things out for themselves from an objective point of view. And he was somebody that well,
I feel like I'm seeing things.
He was he was somebody who was there when the rift opened and helped us, fight it off and get to safety, and then afterwards went his own separate ways before we made it to Norendel ultimately. Now, they were a very nice person in general, but if the part that is now unnecessarily able to be
No, this time I did see it.
not proven or disproven is that
No, it's okay.
all these attacks started after he had first shown up with us at the island, and then furthermore, they knew about the journal when they were, I believe they were around when talks of the journal were mentioned. So
I think it's gone.
So if the worst case scenario, if he actually was tied to this group that was attacking us, and one of the people, the one that had that mark on them, gave away the connection, well, not only is it bad for the academy, but it's bad for me especially. Because before he went, he saw everything about what was happening to my body when near the rifts, and he asked me to write down my experiences so that he could bring it back to his fellows at the HQ in Fevira and try to see if there was a way to find out what it was, or a way to get help if there was more like me out there, which means they know what I can.
They already know about you.
They know how I react, and that could make me a person of interest or a target for them.
Which is
You
now that
are
you
a
also
target of interest, technically.
Okay, well,
first of all,
okay,
that
yeah, well,
and I feel like
because
that's
of that,
a completely separate matter
makes it
that they
much more
don't know.
important.
They don't know about that part.
Still, though, you understand that he knows what you're capable of doing, the reactions you have, specifically around the rifts, correct?
Yeah. But I mean...
That means that there is a potential that the setting sun in itself knows about you.
Yeah.
Which again, I'm circling. Which again,
like
Céline, my moonlight, I love you, but listen to me. Circling that all the way back to the start of the conversation. You going in there, not telling us, was a very, very strong risk of you just getting abducted. Which is again why me and Sonny are worried about that. We are not mad. I want you to very much know that. But if me and Sonny would have heard that you would have vanished, and we would have found out that you would have been abducted by God knows how many, me and her, you know that we would have started flipping shit over here. We would have tried to stay calm for the sake of everything because we made that deal. But don't think that we wouldn't have been sitting here fucking starting chewing our nails because of that.
I would have been at the door by then.
It's okay, dear. Fine.
It just doesn't make me want to
You're
talk
here.
about it to anyone else because I don't want to get yelled at further about it.
I think at this point, telling us is enough. But I feel like because of the information that you've been given, and by the fact that you've done this secretly, I think you should at least tell Caldwell. I trust him.
He's like the one person we actually trust. Yeah.
I think he will probably scold you because of that, for obvious reasons.
I'll cover you. It's okay.
We're both here. He's not gonna start backhanding you with his rock shield or something.
He's much more logical than that, I promise.
But I think if he knows that we've already given you a little bit of training and a little ahead of you as to understand
that what you've done was smart,
but not too smart. I think you'll understand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Regardless, I believe the person I said had more direct knowledge of, I guess, the heraldry of her people and heraldry, basically the ways that they sigils and whatnot. Technically,
We'll get back to that one.
Technically, our logos on our gambesons are heraldry of Lumen. Look at it that way.
Identification?
Exactly.
But that person, they didn't specify one way or the other, but I think that person they were referring to when they said one of our number was one of the other members that were here defending the city. Which means that there's a chance I may be able to, or, well, not necessarily may be able to, but might get follow-up opportunity to speak with them further on that matter to clarify things, or hopefully part of me is hoping that maybe they were right and that there is another potential avenue to be investigating as far as connections, because the whole attacks felt very out of character for the manner of their mission in general and how they've otherwise been represented everywhere. So either they are the world's best actors, or somebody was intentionally trying to drive a wedge between us and them.
There are multiple different possibilities for that, but if you think that good people can't lie and do bad things, sweetie, I think I need to tell you a couple more things about warfare.
That reminds me.
Warfare?
No. Kind people. I stayed up too fast.
Excuse me for trying to have a little bit of confidence in one of the few allies that we had.
If we don't have trust in each other, the first thing we need to do is always start with trust. In the end of the day, you can trust people. You trust me, you trust Sonny.
That's
but it doesn't mean that the other people out there... Go on.
That's why honestly, it felt more like an impersonation attempt than an actual... Because, I mean, only one of them had that mark on them. It wasn't all of them.
And that's why, if
So
you say
she
that
was
they
the
are...
ringleader. That's all there is to it. She was the ringleader of that particular group of folks. For pirates.
The thing
and
is
hired
also...
hands.
Only because, again, I'm not saying that one action immediately is just, a couple bad apples doesn't immediately ruin the bunch. I get that. And if you say that that's a very out of character for them, then there is a strong possibility that it might not be the case. I'm just trying to make you understand. There's always a possibility. Should not immediately lose hope. Should not throw all hope you have for the setting sun out the window. But I'm also not going to lie to you and just be all sunshine and rainbows, sweetheart.
That's my job.
Yeah, I'd think someone
Okay.
would
That is your
magic
job.
on you if you did that.
If I start talking about the fact that war is actually not logical and war is not the way, the proper peace talks and everything, I feel like
Then
at
I
that
rubbed
point you
off
should
on you
probably
and I'm
whack
doing my
me.
job.
Either you rubbed off or somebody needs to bash me over the back of the head because I've probably been infected with mind magic or something.
And for the record, when I left there, it wasn't like my hair was suddenly like, black and glowy, so...
I mean, I wouldn't have minded that.
What I'm saying is... that made me feel generally confident that there wasn't a cult used in the vicinity, which, includes...
I mean...
the mind magic.
Isn't mind magic in itself... I never understood. What was mind magic?
I don't know, honestly. They call it a cult, and I can't tell... What?
I've been watching him. He's been going back and forth. Sorry if people watch a lot.
I'm pretty sure...
The doc guy.
They may have had material to offload.
Maybe.
Potentially.
I offered my help, but he said no.
Sorry,
But that's neither here nor there, my love. What is the point, though, is that I'm glad you're safe. Don't do it again or else I'll cry. Okay? Okay.
Yes, she will cry, and I'll probably
A
start
lot.
punishing people.
Yeah.
We love you too much, okay?
Right.
Hey, now, Céline.
Well, now I'm just... As I kind of implied the round I wanted to talk about with the others, but now at this point I kind of don't want to, because I don't want to spend a whole day or week getting yelled at by every single person.
I think if you tell them that you've already got yelled at by other people, or yelled at,
you underestimate the urges some people have to just lay into people when they feel justified in doing so.
also, don't worry too much, sweetheart. And pulls at one of the black strands. Just, you're doing it again. You're fine.
What am I supposed to feel about it?
You know what?
Other people have done
I feel
stupider
like-
things and gotten yelled at less for it.
I've been thinking also, I feel like after that, I'm coming back from the mission. You're coming back from your little escapade, sweetheart.
Murtash
You
came
know
back
what I
too.
think? What?
Yeah, he said that he went out and he looked like he's been out.
Okay.
Yeah, did anyone yell at him?
Nobody ever yells at him.
Okay, so...
Yeah, because at this point, people are kind of just complacent with the idea that Mert is the way he is, even though I think that's fucking bullshit.
It's gonna cause some major problems down the line. I think he snuck out to go do the exact same thing you're doing. What you looking for,
Good.
really?
After the meeting, I guess. Just wondering. Cygnus has gone and climbed the mountain. I figured I'd hit them.
I see that. They're like all the way over there. Don't ask how I can see that part, but only Mama I can.
They're very eager to explore.
Kira had their son climb the mountain, and I guess they wanted to climb the mountain now, too.
Céline, darling, what are you doing? Are you trying to connect to Pippin?
Well, if you're trying to talk to Pippin, tell him I said hi and that I love him and I miss him like a lot.
I'm not trying to talk to Pippin.
Oh. Well, if you heard that, it's true. I do miss you a lot. Like a lot.
I don't think you can just walk up to any old tree and use it as a means to talk to
You
somebody.
never know. You don't know how spirits work. I don't know how spirits work. He could be literally listening to us with the flag. Or the
when it comes to that,
no, wait, the
okay.
butterflies.
The butterflies would be
more used to everybody,
more
and I'm
appropriate
assuming you're also
for it.
staying out of trouble because I've not heard any reports so far about you doing anything.
Absolutely. I just got finished from
Wonderful.
Ignis. I was accompanying them.
If anyone gives you any trouble, please come to me. And especially if anyone in Lumen gives you any trouble. It should be fine, but...
Wait, we're not allowed to give them trouble. Damn.
Okay, if they give you a lot of
Do they
trouble.
want to give us trouble? Do they want to give us trouble?
Wait, what?
They don't want to give us trouble, right?
It was a
Trouble.
Okay. I guess I need to calm down. You're right.
You can do it, Tori.
Yeah, I can do it. Yellow
Remember to
team.
breathe. Lemon.
Just give me a
Hello.
second.
I think people here so far. I'm just been understanding.
What?
You okay?
Yep, just absolutely sunshine and rainbows over here.
No, you don't got to put it like that, honey. I know that you're stressed out and probably kicking yourself in the butt for all that stuff, but
Yeah, it
you know
just
we
makes
do
me
it
feel
because we
like I
care.
should- You go thinking you do a good thing, and the reception is pretty much the exact opposite of what you were hoping for. Because of
Well-
one tiny little detail, and then, you know, going over to someone else and just walking over seems like that gives them a panic attack just for going over there. And just keep adding on more and more, and you just feel like that everybody suddenly hates you today. Because, like, I have people in my head sounding like that they're upset with me. I have people that love me sound like they're upset with me. I have people I don't even know that sound like they're
I'm
upset
not
with me.
upset
Like,
with you. I was scared.
that's
I
a
was
form
scared
of
that if
being
something happened to
upset.
you.
Absolutely.
Is it? Hmm. Guess so. But all the same, it's not like I haven't already forgiven you. You know? I've immediately forgiven you because I understand why you did it. So... it's okay, I promise.
I mean, I'd like to say it
And
was
I think
because
that-
it was just because of the whole worry that, you know, we had another potential enemy tailing us, but
They're playing the
it's the
whose side am I on anyways kind of game, you know?
no, it's the I'm scared of what I'm scared of the potential people that might know of me, and the fact that, you know, after all this, it kind of recontextualizes the way that Sinclair seemed weirdly excited
You
about
feel
my
used.
condition. Did I didn't mention that part, did I? Part of the reason why they wanted me to write things down, back then, and it was just when it was like, you know, the magic corruption and my hair going weird and, you know, the strong, overwhelmingly powerful urge to just go jump into the rift and become one with the eternal abyss that lays on the other side, or whatever the hell it is. I didn't even have...
optimist in me says...
I didn't even have the hand yet. Like
the optimist in me says that he was just a total nerd about it, you know, being excited, like, oh, this is something new, we could actually maybe find, like maybe you're the answer or something. But also...
he called it a blessing. He was the
he called
first
it a
one
blessing.
to call it a blessing.
Interesting.
And at first that made me feel happy, because it was just nice to have somebody who didn't, like, freak out about just me being me, but now I'm wondering if it's a blessing because it's helping further a cause that I don't want anything to be a part of.
See. It is a bit stressful to think about the possibility that you're an instrument for the worst. But you are a sentient being with your own will.
Yeah,
and if you don't want to do anything...
And we've seen how I have lost that ability to have my own will, as well as the fact that there are people that know magic potentially connected with that group that also can change somebody's mind. Will is a very,
easy thing to fix.
Yeah.
And move around. But you know what isn't easy to move around and fix? This bad boy right here. That's the most loyal thing you got. Your heart. Not to be cheesy, but that's like the one thing I know you can depend on. Because, you know, it's always there for you and it tells you how you really feel. Or at least makes you realize what's actually important. And let's say they did try to fuck with your mind. Sooner or later, your heart would circumvent those horrible things and bring you back where you're meant to be. Or at least that's what I want to believe. Call me delusional, but that's what I firmly believe.
I'd like to believe that too, but now... try to do that to give myself some more confidence about everything that's going on. Now I'm just sitting here fretting about if I'm even me right now. I have enough of that to worry about just being normal. Normal day today is, wondering, am I going to suddenly go berserk and just lose all control again?
If that does happen, we'll try to bring you back down, I promise.
Now I have people giving me reason to worry about the possibility of trying to help just made me worse off, so... And it's you know, it's all about the whole like not telling people thing, but now it makes me not want to tell anyone more about it because I'm just tired of constantly having people yell at me for doing what I think is the right thing.
Did we yell at you? I'm sorry if it came off that way.
Not like literally yell, but like just... I feel like every decision I make that feels of any consequence just leads to people that I like scolding me for it. No
Me
matter
too.
what I do.
I know what you mean.
Trying to.
It feels like no matter what you
figure
do,
out
it doesn't feel
what's
like you're
going
good
on with
enough,
this,
or
get
it's
it
right.
controlled. Trying to figure out what the heck is going on with the orbs and why they both seem interested in me. Being willing to learn the stupid jar. Just trying to figure out
It's a
anything
lot.
going on with me. Every step
It's a
of the
lot.
way. Every step of the way. I've had people act like I'm crazy, act like I'm going to get everybody killed, or that I'm just being yelled at without any sort of, you know, suggestion on what would have been a better idea or doing something better, because they don't have a better idea. They just want to yell at someone because they don't agree with how it was done.
That, my dear, is what I call having the emotional range of a grapefruit. They don't have any ideas, but they sure as heck don't like yours, and they're gonna let you know about it because they think they're so smart.
Yeah,
Well, if they were so smart, they would have had the idea.
Yeah, and that's what I deal with on the regular, it seems.
You and Ren both.
It's
Ren
easy.
said, I don't like being the idea guy.
Because it's easy to yell at the one who has a corrupted heart. Everything about them's
Corrupted.
wrong.
You don't have a corrupted heart. At least not to me. You just... How many times do I gotta say to Céline, you're a girl going through it. And while I don't have the answers, and I pray that I do one day just because I want you to have that peace that you deserve. Where was I going with that? Anyways, my love. People are gonna shit on you no matter what you say or what you do. So long as you do you, that's all that matters. What do you think I got as far as I have? I'm doing me all the time. I know that's probably not what you want to hear, but it's true. And I'm sorry that people keep on looking at you and paint the target on you and fire away. That's not something that can really be stopped. And even if you weren't afflicted by this, whatever we're gonna call it, I think genuinely, people are just gonna shit on you no matter what, Céline. And I'm sorry that I made you feel that way. At least on my part. That's all I can do. I've never really dealt with this kind of stuff before, so you're gonna have to forgive me.
It's fine. No one knows how to deal with me.
That's not what I meant, baby girl. That is... It's more so that I come from a family that actually wants to talk about what's wrong and tries to fix things. And I was so sheltered. Like, I'm coming to terms with the fact that I have been very sheltered, Céline, compared to the rest of the world. And being out here has made me realize that not everybody knows how to talk about it or be healthy about it. They just want to yell at each other because they're all scared and confused and don't know what to do. So they take it out on the person next to them. And unfortunately, that's you. What's wrong with? You feel like you're being watched too?
No, it's just... got into the habit of looking around me because half the time when I look around the corner, well, that, but more just half the time when I look around, I'm fully expecting to see one of the orbs sitting there.
That's what I'm saying, those nosy little butterflies. I can't believe them. Like, come on.
I mean...
What do you what? Wait! Do you think that they heard about that one part?
It was
literally... I think it would be a good idea to talk about it?
Given that they were sitting there flickering in and out of visibility with, while I was talking to you guys about the whole meeting I had with the Raventhorns, it's not out of possibility that it heard everything else too. Or clearly that it wanted me to see that it was back.
Maybe it's a sign that it's willing to talk again.
I don't think that's
Do you want to talk to them?
I think it's more of a pointing out that they're back sort of thing. Is like more to prove a point.
I see. So it's kind of like whenever your mom stands over you, like they know what you did, and they're watching over you, and they're like, "I'm here now. What you gonna do?"
I mean,
like,
I'm not gonna lie in that it.
Power move.
I'm not gonna lie in that, you know, what it caused makes me feel like I need to find out, but I don't know how exactly to ask these questions, and just, you know, the whole yes or no, red light, green light style conversations that you have to have with it while you're awake. But I also don't want to just, you know, invite it into my mind and have a dream with it when, you know, it's fully shown the capability to cause great alterations in people that it comes into contact with.
Well, the thing is that it already has come into contact with you, and you actually, if what we're thinking it might be right, the voices are tied to it, you might be able to get more answers than you realize, because that's an actual, clear, concise voice. Or voices.
The main thing I just want to know is if it's been watching me for longer than I have been at Rosewood, because that would give me at least the indication that it is indeed responsible for everything starting. But
an answer would be nice, yeah.
I don't even know if I would get a straight answer in that regard. Because
they do keep it vague. You're right.
Well, that's not even that. It's just, you know, even with the gold orb, I feel like they're operating on some kind of rule set that we don't know, where there are some things like they can't fully talk about or give definitive answers to. Like, they can't say yes or no, they can't... And, I mean, there's also, you know, just the fact that they may not have the answer. Like, if we are going off the theory that they are indeed some fragments or manifestations of potentially gods, that would just show that they're not omnipotent, or if they are, they're not in a position where they can make use of it, or at least obviously. Oh, hey.
Yo!
Hello.
Hey. Everything okay?
Individuals.
We'll put a pin on it.
Hi.
Hello, friends. How can I help you today?
Hello. I haven't gotten formally introduced. At least Orion hasn't to you, Sonny. I don't know you at all. Hello. I'm Wayne Oran. Nice to meet both of you. What's your name?
Céline. Hi.
Nice to meet you, Céline. And Sonny?
Hello. Sunnifa, but you can call me Sunny.
Hello, Connor. This is my older brother. Go ahead.
I'm Orion.
Hi, Orion. Nice to meet you.
We're the new Aetherdic specialists.
Ooh,
I'm
you got
sorry.
new pals to work with.
Oh.
Push me.
More hands in the workshop is going to be handy. Especially with how complicated those shield generators are to make.
Oh, yeah.
I'm really excited to get to work on those.
Exactly.
Hearing about them.
Yeah.
It's a question.
Yeah?
Which way is town from here?
That way. I mean, you can literally see it over there. It's the castle.
Oh, we're moving?
The big old fort.
Well,
You got a big boy. It's a
castle,
big old fort.
thing. I don't...
And there's Connor. It's pretty empty there.
There is a single Ferrari making food.
Well, another question. Do we have anyone that could purify the water, or...
We can always boil
I
it.
drank some of it.
I'm not gonna get sick again.
Yeah, me too.
That could work.
I was going to say, it's just boiling. I mean, we have a fire going over there in camp.
But I have been thinking about doing this one thing with like a sponge and sand and like a bottle, and it's like funneling, and it's my idea. And I've been wanting to think about trying it out.
I was going to say, I don't think water magic inherently just purifies things. You would have to do more of it, because otherwise I would just be like, you know, just go up to the water and be like, hey, water, come here.
Well, I might go look in the town.
That's a
room
magic effect.
for water.
Yeah,
Did you see that?
Cold.
Water magic. Yeah, I did.
Whoa.
Oh.
They mentioned that.
I gotta see.
What?
Magic.
Son. Oh.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Aether tech person too.
Yeah.
What was her name? Céline?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really... I primarily work with magic. Like, my sword is a normal sword. It's not like an Aether-tech device. But, like, the, a lot...
I got something like that.
I was gonna say, a lot of the, airship, like, the airship that we, use, that we get around with, I was... would you believe that that was the way I was basically kind of given a crash course of being taught how to work with Aether-tech was literally starting from nothing. Well, okay, a little bit. I had helped someone work on one of their personal devices, but then there was like, you go from personal device to airship repair.
Yeah, that sounds rather terrifying.
What is that?
You weren't in the air.
I mean,
obviously.
well, yeah, no, it was on the ground. It was originally crashed and non-functional, but we made it functional, and in the process,
really
we're able to commandeer
I
it,
also got a
and
clam.
that's how we have access to the Iron Rose.
Well, that's good at
yeah.
least.
And,
I'm pretty excited to see
but then,
the airship.
but then from the airship, then
finally,
the whole group project with the
Monkey wrench.
Aether-tech shield stuff.
it's a really useful little thing.
It's really cool.
This is a
Thank
bit of a
you.
technicality, but like, I was gonna say, like, there's someone else, I don't know if you've met them yet, his name is Yorl, he's the captain of
Yes.
Aqua. Yeah.
Yeah, we've met him.
We've met him.
Me and him
He's so cool.
work probably the most on the shields out of anybody, because me and him have a particular part on it that we work on together that they've kind of just left to us because it's easier.
It is an achievement. Well done.
But so everything, I know pretty much everything about that. So if you need it, well, since you guys are specialists in that, if you need I guess crash course and all the segments on it, we can try to see which parts are easiest or most suitable for your personal specialties, and well, it'll certainly help us get those things up and running faster, because I don't know if you had seen, because I don't know if you've, since it's all on the airship, I doubt you've been on it yet. Yeah, well,
I'm excited too.
let's just say the equipment, when it's all set up and like fully set up and functional, could probably fill up the inside of that tent right there and go up towards it for like part of the emitter.
Gosh, that will be a marvel.
It's huge. It's huge. So
I have to get my eyes on that.
okay, well, when we
you gotta
when we get the
You gotta stop talking
opportunity.
about this airship. I'm just gonna go burst in.
Well, I mean, you're party initiative now. That's where I mean, right now it's easier for us. We have it landed so that we can conserve the mana source on the engine devices and all that. But that's where our proper like barracks and stuff is because that thing's basically a mobile fortress. It has like
marvelous.
Yeah,
Really excited.
so there are plenty of like spare rooms and such still. So probably they'll be assigning all the new guys that have shown up to some of the rooms there. So you'll get a chance to see it one way or the other. So
thank you. I can't wait to see it. Now, I hear a lot of commission put over here that I'm very interested in. Hello, Mordred.
I'm blanking on his name. Such a sweetie pie.
Where's your baby at?
Fuck off.
You're not one of those racist ones, are you?
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
What the heck?
I guess.
I just hear that through the fence about just hearing. It's like, you're not one of the racist ones. What?
That's a good question to ask, okay? You never know.
That seems so out of pocket.
I think this one's the racist one.
Well, you see...
What? Racist?
You're right.
I heard you don't like dog people.
What? Literally.
Huh?
Don't like me? You good dog. You know eat good dog. Woof, woof,
Me no eat Ferrari either.
You hear that, Sonny? You're a good dog.
I've only hunted small prey in my past.
You're so right. I am.
I wouldn't say I'm mean.
Look at this dog you've ever seen.
It's a new setting for me.
Perhaps
getting
even the
used
best.
to Ferrari being more polite within my past. More cooks rather than run around with a spear. You're very intimidating.
I suppose I kind of just lightened my mood at least a little bit.
Yeah, that's, you know what? The best time to relax is now, you know? And then when you're calm enough and you got your nerves all settled, you can think about how to talk about it later. That's a good way to...
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Yeah.
It's just... a lot of stuff.
I never got your name! Hi!
Styrian, hello. Tyrion. Yeah.
Tyrion.
Okay. Or
Tyrion.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye, Tyrion!
Tyrion.
Goodbye, take care.
I thought they said Asterion, which is a good name.
I think that was
Sounds
partial.
kinda-
I think it was
sounds-
partially
it sounds kinda
because
spicy.
I think it was partially because I think they were like mid sneeze.
Oh.
Sure, this'll do.
You know, that checks out. Where'd our big boy go?
Good question. He might.
Have you seen our big boy?
Barrett?
Yes.
Yeah.
There he is.
There he is!
I'm just that good.
I wanted to sneak by and surprise you from behind. All right.
Oh, that's not what I thought you were gonna say. Oh my gosh. Okay.
No, I wasn't trying to sneak away from both of you.
Trying to sneak around.
I don't blame you.
But the sound of Sunny being excited blew my cover.
Yeah, pretty much. By all means, I remember that one. Snitch.
I didn't. My bad.
Do not blame him for me being
You're a fine guy.
curious young
That's
lady,
fine.
okay?
I can't.
I looked at the first direction.
I can't believe I'm looking at a soon-to-be dead man. I'm kidding.
I know.
He's got his fuck up a little bit more than that to be a dead man, but have you heard some of the what?
What?
And he's like,
Why would I want to kill you?
Because I'm an idiot.
You are. You very much are, and I'm not taking it away.
Wait, you weren't supposed to agree with that.
But as I said, it's a little bit more than that. Okay. Still, there is something.
Have you already heard about what have you already heard about, Talia's made some discoveries since apparently the orbs have been showing up.
Yeah, they have been.
Please tell me, because this is relevant to
I know. No, this is actually... No, the thing is, I heard something from Luca, who apparently heard it from Talia, but this is actually...
Grapevine.
I might need to have a conversation with you guys. Come on.
Yeah.
If you excuse us, Connor.
Can I? Yeah, no, please. I need to hear this.
Yeah, no, this is important.
Like,
for many reasons.
Oh, we're just over here.
You know, because
Look,
your whole thing that you talked about on the airship the day before we landed, now I'm kind of feeling like after what happened that I might have to have a word with it too, as much as I kind of don't want to.
Céline, I'd like to ask you something specifically.
Yeah?
Does the name Shoth ring a bell?
Slosh?
No, Shoth.
No, not Slosh. Shoth.
I've heard it in passing from other people talking about the whole experiences that they've had, but in a personal manner, I have not.
So from what apparently Talia has told us, and what I've heard from Luca, is that there is Shoth, an apparently from what I understand, the creature that wants to, I guess, kill the gods, for lack of a better. I think that's what I've understood. Regardless of that.
Something about the gods. I think I know what you're talking about now.
Specifically, this creature is depicted with one thing which immediately brought me to worry.
Yeah.
Black tendrils. Not just that.
Oh.
You talked about your dreams. Black tendrils grabbing at you, pulling you underwater, right?
And
One grab my ankle.
And then wanting to holding me down there to talk and saying it wanted a vessel. And it...
Oh.
Oh.
That's what I mean, dear. I'm... Hearing that, I immediately had to tell you. Because I feel like with that information, it's going to make a lot of things to change when it comes to the understanding of things.
So...
But it's also...
It
Go on.
wants to... This Shoth wants to kill the gods?
That is something I might have to talk about with Talia, but... The whole aspect of black tendrils, and the fact that its connection with something that is not really, I guess, apparently for the Celestine and everything.
Yeah?
You should understand what that means. And if you say that it needs a vessel, you should even be more concerned about what that means.
Well, I mean, here's what it... When I talked about that dream before, the one when I... the one that the voices more or less forced me to have after I kind of told them to do so if they really wanted to talk to me easier. And when that happened, that was when I got pulled away from them, and that other voice that didn't identify itself spoke and referred to and said that I was to be a vessel for its mercy, and then kept showing me images of things that needed to be given mercy, and felt more like it was telling me to devour them with the claw.
That's why I'm saying, dear, with that information, I feel like, specifically, I remember you had told me that there was one dream you had where the voices were talking, but then one voice was sort of overpowering them.
Yeah, and
even to the point where some of the voices were...
Afraid.
Didn't you say, what was it? Sort of afraid.
Yeah, that's happened even while I was awake, too. It happened
That's what I'm
once
saying.
while you were there and I was begging you to go away.
Look, I think with that information in mind, it probably makes things a little bit easier to understand and connect. Specifically, the black tendril part, probably with this information, gives you a little bit more of an insight of what to potentially avoid.
Yeah, well, here's the problem. If that's still the case, it doesn't change the fact that the things that happened on my end now make me feel like that I have been in contact with the orb / Shoff for a lot longer than I think I thought I have been. Because when I told them to go away and then the voices stopped and they came back just today, and then now it's showing up in front of me again. I told her this, it was like it was more or less trying to like drive a point home, but
Like
that
standing
point,
over you like, I'm here, what are you gonna do?
That point may be that they've been watching me for a while. And I'm talking like years a while.
And there's also another thing that has happened.
Yeah?
It apparently just happened today, from what Lucas said.
To who?
What?
Or what?
Specifically, the golden orb showed up at the dock specifically.
Yeah, I saw that. It was
And Luca
following
was talking
Shio.
to them. And Lucas said something to it, and the golden orb proceeded to... I think it was not Luca, it was Angel, actually. He said something specific, I forgot.
Was it something I was quietly
The orb.
Because I think I know what they asked. Because
Regardless,
because Luca asked me to
the
to ask
orb
it.
shifted from gold to purple. And as soon as that happened, flew straight into Angel.
Oh.
What?
I've told Luca to keep an eye out on NGO. There's a potential that we might have another dream on the horizon.
I see.
I've told him to specifically keep shifts on keeping an eye out on NGO. And if anything should happen, that they're specifically supposed to note it down. If they start sleepwalking, leave him alone, follow him. And if by any shape or form tendrils start spouting, to immediately get Caldwell the lieutenant.
I was going to say... honestly, I'd say just Actaris. The lieutenant is...
It does not matter.
The lieutenant is the most afflicted out of anybody that's been directly touched by it. Like,
But they're also the one who knows the most about it right now. It's due to their affinity and that touch. They're the one who understands it the most currently, because they know what Angio might have been going through if it does happen.
There might be a way to help him walk it through it, too, if it does spike up.
Okay, but... that still doesn't... I mean... me knowing all that doesn't protect me any. It's already gotten in. It's already here.
It is here. I understand that.
And
but the matter is still this.
And enough that I have done has been able to counteract it, aside from the one thing that the golden orb was able to do to remove even a fraction of its influence over me.
Regardless of that matter, it's still worrisome. Because overall, finding out this information about the tendrils is the most important thing.
Sorry.
Because if it happens again in your dreams...
So are you going to still try to talk to it like you talked about? Knowing all of that?
I might still think about doing it.
Because...
I just need to be careful.
Because right now... there's one thing I do need to know from it, and that's if it's been watching me for longer than just my time at Rosewood. If it's the one responsible for all these voices that have been pushing me towards certain actions,
as
that's
really
critical information.
As Riley said, if you want to talk to the orb, if I want to talk to the orb, or potentially anybody, they said that they might have a way of pulling it out.
Did they say what that was, or?
No.
So, I mean, I almost had the opportunity to do so, but I was partially trying to not draw attention to it appearing and disappearing nearby while we were talking, because
I did notice that.
I feel like it was very deliberately a show for me, given what it was, because it was always doing it right in the center of my vision. So I was trying not to draw attention to it because I was already a tense enough situation as it was.
I think we're all pretty tense about this entire thing. Entire aspect of the orbs.
I mean, I was talking...
New dreams.
You said this was all talked about by...
Which one? The tendrils, or what happened to the orb?
Well, the tendril stuff, I haven't really talked to a lot of people about that specific dream, because it was one that happened before any first confirmed sightings of the orbs were really shared around with people. So I didn't really think they were connected at the time. But now it's just making me wonder if I need to... Well, no, the other times I've heard the name Schaff brought up, it was in direct reference in conversations that were talking about the orbs and the dreams and all that stuff, so it is very much like those things are all connected, and likely the imagery is also connected, which would mean that the fact that the voices went away when I lashed out at Purple Orb is a further confirmation that all those things are connected, because I remember the sequence of events that led to that stuff. And the fact of the matter is, that dream, I didn't talk about it with anyone for a while because my memory of it was being suppressed. Until eventually I dug in enough and they granted me memory of what happened. Which, if that's the case and they're listening, thank you for that, because that's kind of important that I knew that. What am I kidding? They're always listening. I shouldn't need to...
They are always listening. They're always there, and you know that yourself. Brightest for me was more that you do know about this now. You are prepared. That you know that if there are any tendrils or anything further like that, but there's a strong possibility that is not the type of voices you want to involve yourself with.
I mean, I'll try my best to avoid getting involved in anything that I know is not going to be good for me, but as we have seen with me, sometimes what I want is not necessarily what I get. You have the scars.
That is true.
You have the scars to remind you of that.
You're not wrong. That's just how life is. We don't really have a choice in a lot of those matters.
I've just gotten the habit of being on a... But to go back to the Golden Orb being at the docks, if Luca was there, I mean, I know it wasn't Luca who asked the thing, but if Angeal asked something, seeing as he's also on Umbra, there's a good chance he probably asked the same thing that Luca asked me to ask it if I got the opportunity to do so.
I've asked specifically Luca to, and in that case I'm assuming the entirety of Umbra, to make a report on anything that they should see with Angel, and once that has happened, he's willing to share that information.
Uh-huh.
So we're gonna make sure to look through everything if there is any connections or anything specific.
But yeah.
Until then, I think we're all stressed about a lot of things. I'm still worried about the fact that our asses got caught by Palvendor, so we need to make sure that there's no any sort of potential Palvendorians who might.
Well, I'm going to ask a common sense question. Probably was already taken into consideration. None of you guys were like, wearing Rosewood affiliated stuff, right? Okay.
Absolutely fucking not.
Okay,
we made sure to scratch any sort of affiliated Lumen colors, Rosewood colors, anything like that away.
That's why I said it was a common sense question. So, I mean,
do you think that Murtesh did?
That I do not know. No, and Murtesh, he probably, if anybody might have asked him, I'm pretty sure Murtesh might have even said that he is from Rosewood.
He came back without his gambit on. He might have actually been smart. Maybe.
That or he lost it along the way.
Maybe.
Well, regardless, there is the obvious kind of chain of problem thought of there's only so many people that would actually probably have tried to do something like that I'm sure they're aware of it, that it would have either had to have been somebody affiliated with that small group of Setting Sun members. I don't know how many guards or like otherwise members of like people able to defend themselves in the eastern part of the city, or us, so regardless, they're going to be on extra high alert and potentially be making some kind of move for retaliation against whatever entity they can get close to, because they're none of our friends over here. Like, nobody's on their good side right now. So, yeah, we're, and for the record, I'm just more happy that you got back without any extra holes in you. So I'm not going to scold you for doing that stuff, because quite literally that was like the biggest I
would have cried like a lot.
That was the biggest thing that we wanted to find out here, was getting confirmation, positive or negative, of what we had our suspicions about. And from what I'm hearing so far, while it's not exactly the confirmations we want, it's also not really giving them any good press either.
It is not. It is absolutely not. But still, the entire idea of coming home safely, I think we can probably echo that sentiment, don't you, sweetheart?
What?
I'm glad you both made it back.
Oh, right. Sorry.
I would have been worried if, we've already talked about this. We don't need to chew through that entire thing again.
Yeah. I mean, I'll just say it plainly. I mean, actually, if I do bring up the stuff I don't really like, but the whole part about like not going through the whole scolding process all over again, because we've already heard enough of it. If I talk about it with any of the others at this point, can we just say that I told you guys? Because I mean, I did tell you now.
I see it from this side. I'm willing. Look at me. I don't mind saying it to others. But be honest to Caldwell. As a superior, he should know.
Okay. Hey, Vesper.
Hello. What
What's up,
should
Vesper?
Caldwell know?
wanted to also overall inform them, as well as one more time discuss the entire aspects of the whole, how do I say this, the aspects of what we found out within the camp with Palvandorians building the entire cannon, potentially that is combined with that special unit we found.
And
Did Céline go on the mission?
No, I had my own thing going on that was a bit more on the down low than I originally intended to, mostly because I was focused on trying to track down the people I needed to find. I effectively got myself into talking with the commanders of the Setting Sun garrison that was set up here for the purposes of trying to get potential insight on the those people that had been attacking us that we've ultimately found out had one of them carrying a sigil that more or less matched their insignia.
That seems like something pretty stupid to do, especially in secret.
She had told us about it. If anything would have happened, she wouldn't have returned. We would have made sure to immediately start calling for action.
You should trust Rowan more. He's more discreet than he seems. Either way, I'm glad that you came back in one piece.
I was going to say, Rowan seemed to be very difficult to find for most of the time because it seemed like he had something. I'm not talking about right now. I meant over the course of the week.
Even so, but still, I understand. How did it go anyway? What did you tell them?
Well, obviously no mention of, like, what they were potentially looking for when they were attacking us, which we more or less figured out was they were after that journal. Yeah, the book that we all loved.
Book, yes.
Yeah. But, they seem to carry a pretty heavy concern with it, but are skeptical of the affiliation of the overall fact that this individual was tied in with, well, basically pirates, because per their own words, they aren't really high in number in the first place. Most of them are stationed over in Fevira and operate pretty much within either those small squads like that group there, or on their own with people like, say, Sinclair. Well, they didn't say Sinclair as an example. His name didn't come up at all in that conversation just yet. I'm not sure if it should. I'm still considering it, but they had they mentioned another, that there is a potential that their belief is that there is a potential that their logo, effectively, is not as so uniquely distinct that it couldn't potentially have carried the marking of, say, a noble house or another notable figure, but one of their own has deeper knowledge on that sort of thing, and that they would speak to them on that matter to confirm some of that matter, and that, well, I'd probably hear from them when they get that chance to do so.
Right. Alright, a couple things. So you told them about the marked pirates.
But they didn't get told anything about, you know, what they were looking for or any of that matter. It was mentioned.
Secrecy for the sake of safety.
It was mentioned that, you know, they had mind mages amidst their ranks.
Sure, but if they were involved in this, now they know that we know, correct?
That is in itself a potential risk. But overall, from what I've heard, at least so far, when it comes to Setting Sun, is that despite everything, they seem to be allies, or at least allies to Rosewood. Overall, I feel like the idea of calling out a potential rogue cell within a specific army might be a good way to potentially also increase the trust.
Consider it this way. if they are indeed on that, let's just put it, the wrong side of things, well, obviously they have some sort of agenda for helping out defend against Palvandor, but also, if they are on the wrong side, do we really want to be helping build and supply people with potentially harmful objectives with the kind of equipment that we're wanting to try to keep away from those who are acting against the better interests of the majority of the world?
It's a great question, Céline. A great question that should be decided by, everyone.
Which is why we need to have that kind of info, and also, given the number of people that seem to be kind of off doing their own thing and speaking in hushed whispers, I don't think the majority of people here have the room to talk about keeping secrets from most of their peers.
It's not about keeping secrets, but you could have definitely done more to prevent any unfortunate outcome. Either way, the damage or not damage is done. So...
See, told you.
Overall, I think overall it was a risk that was definitely, if their potential allies were to take. And overall, we killed pretty much everybody when it comes to the pirates, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, no, they were all killed.
They'll know that regardless.
That we know.
If the informants are not coming back with the information, then what does it matter in itself?
I say,
overall, the risk.
Whoever
overall, the choice that was made was not bad.
Whoever sent them would have realized that none of them came back after being sent on a specific objective.
Sure.
So they know that
Pardon me.
a good chance that all those people are compromised.
Does this have to do with the golden orb?
Please don't raise your voice.
Yeah.
But...
Alright, well... the damage is done, whatever.
See?
It's...
No matter what I do with anything, people are going to scold the actions anyways, so... That's why I told you I didn't want to talk about it anymore, because people are going to just continually yell at me for it.
But overall, it was a risk that was necessary to be able to take, plus, we wanted to be true. Céline.
What?
Don't walk away. I've told you. Yes, it was not the best option, but the option was still smart. Vespa in itself is you got the idea of immediately shoving everything to the side by after one specific thing happened.
Yeah, well,
he doesn't understand the concept of a rogue cell.
Yeah, well, Vesper also has a tendency to put his foot up his ass every time he opens his mouth, so I'm kind of used to it at this point.
Yeah, well, what can we do about that? That's more Vesper's problem, but he has a point, and I should apologize to you.
He has no room to talk about keeping secrets from people.
Which
I don't think anyone does.
So
that's why.
But
yes, there was something that
regardless
we've done overall.
Part of the, not to try to justify what happened, but the less people that were involved with it, the more confident that if they were indeed a bad person, the more confident or potentially willing they might have been to slip and show a red flag they might have been, which would be good for us to know.
I don't necessarily disagree with what you've done, but who did you tell before doing it? That's all I need to know.
In the process of doing so, I got called in sooner than I thought, and I didn't have a chance to bring it up to people. Mostly because they were off doing their own things, and I couldn't find half of them. People with their private matters people preparing to go invade a Palvandorian camp and almost getting caught.
Almost.
Look, I'm not going to act like it was the right thing to do, but at the same time, the one thing that I've usually had as an indicator whenever someone's using, you know, that kind of magic around people, I didn't leave and suddenly find myself surrounded with black strands of hair, so...
That's good.
Overall,
I'm glad nothing bad
I
came.
think people understand that your choice to do what you've done, it's a double-edged sword, it's a 50-50 shot. Either it will assist our allies or it will just
personally
increase the suspicion about everything.
Personally, if they're going to suddenly have a target on anyone's back over it, I'd say it's at least better that it happens now rather than later, in the off chance that if they were, you know, still here when we finish the shield, if we're going to give them one, and we leave it with them still there, I'd rather not leave that kind of stuff in the hands of people that are working against us. And if there's some sort of sign that they are indeed doing that, that should factor into that matter, and I'm willing to go to lengths to expose them or find the identity of the people that are more than likely still out there and probably already knew that we had likely found some sort of connection anyways.
Right.
For all we know,
I'll be honest, I don't blame you for looking into it at all.
Yeah.
I probably if I didn't have things to do.
I'm still...
But
part of me
I
is
would
still
like
worried.
next time you meet with them to let someone know.
I probably will be here soon at some point. They, I believe you overheard, you were nearby while I was saying that bit, but, I believe the person they were referring to that has more extensive knowledge on, the heraldry of various noble houses and whatnot is one of the people that is part of the garrison stationed here. And they would... Now, they said that, of course, maybe that's... I can't obviously, you know, take them at their word until they show evidence through action, but they were going to speak with them about what I spoke to them on, and more than likely, whatever comes out of it, I'll probably be summoned back to speak with them on that matter, one way or another, and, well, either be hopefully told useful information, or be told things that, well, could be potentially trying to cover something up, depending on, what angle we're going with. I'm not attributing good or bad will to it, but they, at the very least, if it was bad will, they are very good actors because they at least sounded genuinely concerned about the nature of the people that we were dealing with.
Right. So,
but I will tell you
one
guys
thing I'd like to just...
about that stuff. Just, I apologize that it slipped my mind to do it.
No,
it was
understood. More so for safety, honestly.
Yeah, I know.
The only thing I'm worried about is that they have people who are known to alter thoughts. But you are uniquely equipped to detect that, even if it's not yourself.
Yeah, to a degree, and honestly, this is just a wild thought. I almost feel like that it would somehow cause a reaction from the other entities inside me getting upset that someone's trying to invade on their spot. That's a weird way to look at it, but
more
I feel like...
You're starting to sound like a circus boat.
Shut the fuck up. At the very least, I almost feel like they would almost like lash out in defense Because regardless of my feelings on them, they are very possessive and protective of me. Whether or not that's for a purpose that I want to have that be the case for remains up for debate. But in this situation, it would actually potentially be a good thing. Well, minus the fact that what that would probably entail would likely result in a lot of bad things happening.
I'd be careful
but...
having those thoughts, to be honest.
Yeah,
But
I mean, that we're talking about already absolute worst case scenario anyways, so might as well put the full magnitude on the table. Anyways, you were saying.
main thing I want, should you wish to pursue this going forward, which I don't necessarily disagree with, I think we do need to know about them. If you do go meet with them, to talk to them in their tent or whatnot, have a spotter. They don't need to go in with you. Just make sure that someone can see your hair when you walk out.
I was gonna say, it might be difficult to go all the way in because it was to the manor inside the city proper. That was where they're kind of using as their makeshift headquarters while they're stationed here. So, unless I had someone go in all the way with me, they would have to remain outside or somehow have a way to watch from afar. I don't know if there's a way to, like, talk nearby one of the windows or something, but if they had some sort of negative intent in mind, my guess is probably they would do it somewhere where it's not visible.
That's fair. More so afterwards.
Yeah, well...
There's only so much we can do, precaution-wise. It's going to be a risky game no matter what.
The thing that has me worried is that if that is the case, I mean, they didn't seem to indicate it, but this is one huge long hypothetical, but these attacks started happening after the point of which that one investor, Sinclair, showed up to the island, right? He knows about me, at least the state of my condition up to that point in time. This was before I had, you know, the freaky demon claw thing for a rift beast or whatever. But they know of me, and let's just say, hypothetically, they were connected to the reason why all that stuff started happening, why they knew to try to hunt down the book in our possession, because he was there while it was talked about. Which would mean that I'm known to them. And more importantly, they know about me and they know what causes certain things to appear. Which means they would probably be prepared for it. Which might be a good thing in this regard, because that would mean that they would know that if they did anything too overt, that it would be like shining in a glowing sign that they wouldn't be able to just hide without, like, you know, just making someone disappear for a while until it went back down. Which in that case, the whole spotter thing...
Safe to assume mundane subterfuge for now, then.
Yeah. Regardless, the whole spotter aspect and, like, keeping an eye out for that, I fully agree. I can make sure that happens. Within reason, I'll have to... The way I want to try to do it, just to, make it the most effective, is that I don't know when they might potentially call, or if I have to go reach out to them and check in with them. But if they reach out, I want to try to get someone's attention to be there, to be in the vicinity, without openly saying I'm doing so. Because if they do want to act out, they're going to be less likely to do anything that would act as a red flag if they know someone's there waiting to see me. And quite honestly, if they're going to do it, I'd rather they do it so that they get caught doing it. Because if they cover up tracks, that doesn't help us any.
Right.
Obviously,
I
know.
Investigate them no matter what.
I was gonna say, obviously, I know what that's implying, and I know that's not something that we normally want to have to resort to. But the less watched they feel, the more likely they're going to be able and willing to slip up, if they're going to. We may be completely overly cautious for somebody that is genuinely 100% on our side, and if we get confirmation of that based off the information that gets exchanged, awesome, perfect, that's exactly what we were hoping to get in the first place. But until that's known, well, that was what I went in with the mindset of, is they are helping us, but they are not necessarily our allies until 100% proven that they are not connected to that group.
And that's what I was implying when I said that there should be a sense of care, and it's not going to be a case that one action immediately means that there's war between us.
Yeah.
But it should be considered that there is a possibility.
Yeah. Either way, it's on my plans to follow up with that, one way or the other.
One last thing I'll say on this topic for now, then. Well, I don't feel great keeping this from any of the new cadets. Seeing as we did have a wave join, it's very reasonable that one of them could be affiliated with the Setting Sun. At least for this specific investigation. Keep this to the people in colors, we'll say.
My intent presently, until enough information is known to make it properly disseminated to a wider audience, I was mostly thinking at this point keeping it within Lumen, and Acteris has pretty much been your insistence on the matter, which means another probably getting yelled at, but I've just kind of resigned to it at this point.
Concern.
Yeah?
And perhaps it's entirely unfounded.
Go on.
But I'd be remiss if I did not mention it. Professor Mildred was in the presence of mind mages for a long period of time.
Mm-hmm.
That very same group that we're worried about.
I'm not saying don't trust him, just keep an eye out.
Be careful with the things that we say around him, basically.
Is there a chance to potentially check anything when it comes to that, or are we completely just at his mercy and have to...
Well, there is, I was going to say, there is, but it takes the work of a mind mage to detect another mind mage's work.
Right.
For all we know, it could be something subtle. Again, this is not to spread any panic.
Yeah.
We would notice if there's something extreme in
and
but
active caution. That's understandable.
And then the other matter is, someone who's good at mind magic may necessarily be good at other forms of manipulation that are completely undetectable. Just having a silver tongue. So.
I believe I know the sort.
Who knows
Hopefully
how
we don't
much...
meet him again.
I was gonna say, who knows how much they've, how much poison they had spread into his thoughts.
Who are we talking about?
We had an investor on the island by the name of Sinclair.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
I brought this up. I did, by the way, I did not mention his name in my talks with the Raventhorns. I am unsure if it would be wise to bring up that name.
Did you just imply that Sinclair is affiliated, like, work, or is even a mind mage? Is that what you just said?
Sinclair was an occultist. I don't know what he was, but he was an occultist.
He actually did confide that in me when we had talked to each other, and I may or may not have been part of the reason why he was so excited by my condition. But, you know, at first I didn't think anything of it. I was honestly just released to be treated normal, but after all that's happened, there is a slight worry about the fact that he considered it a blessing and wanted to have as much information on it as he could to take back to his fellows, which was implied to be the HQ. But if he's affiliated with a rogue cell of whatever, it doesn't matter what group or how, just not their affiliations are not what they displayed to be. They know who I am and they know what follows me. And that's not even including all this.
We keep that to ourselves for now. Well, ideally for as long as possible.
Yeah, I know.
Because if that implies things when it comes to mind magic, I might need to potentially write a letter home. Because I wasn't aware that we were talking about the same Sinclair Daynor that I knew. Before I went on my way to Rosewood, and specifically back in Droza when I was still with my family. If we're talking about the same Sinclair Daynor, and by Céline told me the description, it is.
I was gonna say, your description was spot on.
He visited Stronghold Helston at one point. Confined with my father about specifically potential assistance with the setting sun. We, on the other hand, laughed him out of the door due to the fact that he called himself a tactician, and my father himself is way more of a brilliant tactician than anybody else could be. But still, the fact that he showed up beforehand, and now that you're telling me this, it gives me a little bit of worry, understandably so.
Right. Try and ensure that he's discreet about it. We don't want rumors spreading about someone who is a potential ally. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't suspect I am.
There's enough potential red flags to be legitimately worried about it, given the timing of things and the certainty of which are confirmed assailants. We're looking for something that realistically nobody outside of the initiative should have even known that we had.
I can't. I just realized I can't send a letter back home. If I do that, anybody who was in that talk with my father and Sinclair, they're dead. My father's just going to kill all of them just to make sure that there's no spreading or any sort of mind fuckery happening. Fuck, okay.
Yeah, maybe,
Okay, well...
Let's just
leave it
at, let's just leave it at,
Yeah. It will be a future buried problem. It's just... I need to put that under consideration. Okay.
Then I
didn't stay for long, so...
Actually leave it at these, just so you updated on the reasons why. And then...
Okay.
I'll have to call it there.
Yeah.
1. He's known to be an occultist. 2.
Understood.
When he was picked up, he was followed by the pirates. The same ones that tracked us down to Pendlebury.
Understood.
Who managed to find us in Pendlebury, which he might know of why we were there. I don't know if he knew for a fact, but it's reasonable that he would know that we went there. 3. Or 4. Skyette's death. We don't have much context behind it. We never figured out who murdered her. But a professor was murdered on the first day their ship arrived. Well, a cage was tampered with and a rift beast got out.
Right.
Then, of course, Setting Sun's affiliation with this group, and I mean this with all due respect, morbid interest with you.
Yeah. It's okay. I've found there are a lot of things that have a morbid interest to me that I'm not entirely sure why or what it means.
And the last reason, which I thought curious, but I didn't put two and two together. They had someone show up, a specialist, to help with Emma's condition.
Emma's condition?
I heard rumors that they were helping something with her mind. I thought it was just a therapist, but...
I was gonna say, didn't someone
maybe I'm
say
wrong about
that, that Emma had been subjected to that kind of magic by her own family or something? Wasn't that like the whole talking points with the whole thing that happened during the gala when their aunt showed up?
Didn't know it was a family, but yeah. Poor girl. She's been through so much.
She's been holding on. She has become, as Kiki described it, quite non-verbal, to the point where even Kiki is trying to basically pulling out any sort of sentence or string of sentences as much as possible. But it's... I'll be quite honest with you. She's holding on by a thread.
I see. I think she was quite close with Sinclair, so we should probably be careful with this.
I was going to say, there are
I can't imagine another important person turning out to be that sort of thing.
Someone else who honestly looked like they were fairly close to them and found a lot of times to be close in conversation. Actually, one point of particular note that I remembered was when one of the pirates that we had basically captured when we were in Linvale and we were on the way back, when they started showing signs that, you remember that, like, the thing with those spores, the ichor that people started having coming out of their eyes, and like...
Yes.
That started happening to that pirate, and Malik instantly just basically threw them overboard, and Morgan freaked out about that. Like, we all remember how she basically
That's the last thing.
And who comforted her after all that happened but Sinclair?
That's the other thing. Now, I believe Sinclair to be also a charming and persuasive man, so all that could be simply normal. But Morgan took out the Chancellor. Morgan was incredibly close with one of the pirates. I still hold out, I don't know if it's hope or fear, that she was manipulated by them. And that's why she attacked Malik and ran.
And fanning the flames of her anger that already existed towards them to a peak.
Either way.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things pointing that Sinclair's involved with it. But these people we don't know yet. We can't just assume the entire affiliation.
That's why.
But these are things to keep in mind, and should we ever meet Sinclair again, be careful.
So then, I know we said we would leave it at that, but I will then just ask the one question I think that should be importantly clarified. Assuming I do get this revisitation with the Raventhorns inside the manor, should his name be at all on my lips? Depending on what they talk about.
I don't know. This might be something that's... I don't know how well put together their group is. I don't know how well connected they are. I don't know anything about them.
From the way that
if they are well connected, then they know. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, the group in question, as far as the organization as a whole, it seems like a lot of them are somewhat under the same banner, but do a lot of independent operations in their squads or even individually.
That's sort of what I was wondering, if it's all just different factions essentially under one banner.
based off their implications.
For now, they're our
that's
ally.
Kind of what they seem to imply.
Understood.
Tentative ally.
Makes sense.
But they're doing at least some. They're doing some good work here at the very least.
And that was
I don't know how the people will fare without them, anyways.
And that's what I thought too, is that they had an objective in doing so, and blowing their cover on something so trivial, probably to them, is because we had no hard evidence besides the mark.
I've heard there's not much to do for hard evidence when it comes to this sort of thing.
Exactly.
Them casting a cult in the streets, but...
Look, I can echo the sentiment about the use of occult magic, but at this current point, we do not really have any choice when it comes to the Rift Beast. That's what I always say.
What can you do concrete about showing that the mind mages or whatnot? Just word against word.
When it comes to mind magic, I think it's a different story. I was more referring to the base understanding of occult.
That's just a big issue. It's just we would need someone who knows mind magic in order to identify mind magic. As far as I know, nobody here has that, nor should they.
Enough of this for now.
But
I understand.
For now. Oh.
Hey. No offense,
Miss
Céline.
Toriel would like to have a word with you, Barrett, specifically you.
Who is that? Is that
Nervous, though,
individual
so
over there?
Yes, yes.
Zvirka.
Sure,
Yes.
I do not mind. Don't mind me then.
Admittedly,
Go
very
easy on her.
skittish one.
She's got anxiety.
Okay.
The one that's been kind of freaking me out with how
can I help you?
panic attacking it.
I mean, to be fair, if I were as tiny as her and, like, itty bitty, I'd be freaking out too if I was surrounded by a bunch of really big, powerful people.
Every time I spoke with her, she specifically mentioned black and yellow uniform. I don't know if there's anything more to that, but did she mention anything about us?
She might know Barrett by the looks of it.
I was gonna say, she started having a panic attack by around the moment that they looked around behind from who they were standing behind, looked towards him and started being very, very, very dodgy.
Like a cornered animal.
She was doing it with me earlier, but maybe it's just association. Okay.
I believe
Thank you.
it's association, but it's clearly aimed
If anything,
towards
Captain,
him.
if something does happen, you'll be the first to know, okay?
Thank you.
I'll be telling my team about that really quick, but I'll be doing it.
Oh, he's coming.
Sonny, Céline, Rowan.
Yeah?
See?
I'm gonna be having a conversation with them, and we're gonna walk along a little bit, just so you're not confused if I suddenly start vanishing into the thicket. All right?
Okay.
Fair enough. I need to go meet with some Ignis members, anyways.
Understood.
Well, if there's any around.
I mean,
by all means.
there were some up and about in the vicinity. I don't
Did you
know if
hear,
they've gone back to the
about
airship.
Theo's vision? Or,
I was there when he had
it.
it.
Oh, bless. Okay.
Oh, I have not heard about it, so you can
he
go
thinks
find
it's the
them,
moon.
but I'd like to hear about this. If you'd be willing to
It's important.
share.
Oh,
you don't
I
mind,
can't remember it
I'll
all
see if I
by
can find
word.
Oh.
But,
Okay.
I don't mind sharing it then.
Last thing, and then I'll let you go.
No, this is important.
the same as
Feel
always.
when we're when we're by the fire, she started having a vision.
Right.
He envisioned a gigantic rift beast with a rider on its back. He couldn't tell if the rider was a rift beast or a person, but it's towering over the trees, he said.
A rider?
Something riding it. And either it had wings or the rider had wings, he couldn't tell. He called it the end of the world when he saw it. He couldn't make out the area at all, just ashy landscape. Maybe it was near a rift, I'm not sure. Apparently standing at his side were faceless soldiers in white, or glowing white, or something.
Gold and white armor.
Just as well. Sorry, what? I might have died.
It's okay.
Faceless
It's a lot to think
soldiers,
about. Gold and
white
white armor.
That
Does
seems...
that anything ring any bells for you?
No, just makes me think back to that whole stuff that I remember Acteris talking to all of us when Lucas showed back up out of nowhere.
That's another thing I've been thinking about for a long time that I only ever told Barrett because I'm scared of people thinking about me thinking about things because people think I'm stupid. How did he get back? Because it was a little too fast, you know what I mean?
True. I don't
know the answer to that.
I didn't inquire any further.
Regardless, off topic.
It's worth looking into Luca, though,
But
actually. If he hasn't heard the vision. Go on.
So standing beside him was these faceless soldiers in that golden white armor. Was that the end of it, or did it continue?
There's more to it.
He was at spear point. I don't remember by whom.
The enemy, presumably.
Presumably the enemy, but if the thing was so off in the distance, that means it was... I don't know. Maybe it was up closer than he made it seem. That's all he could immediately remember when he told me.
I see.
But sometimes he said it, stuff comes to him.
But the main key point was with the vision, though, Céline, was that he said that it is not anytime soon. It is a long ways away from now. And that apparently today he has to do something about it. He's not sure what. And so he tried to pick my brain about it, but I'm gonna keep it honest with you. It's a little above me, this kind of stuff, so...
I mean, I can't pretend like I'm any better at it, but I'd certainly, throw things at the wall and see what
But you guys are better at
sticks.
connecting dots than I am.
You mean you're not experienced in piecing together prophetic dreams?
I wish, you know, that
I've
would
been,
make my job a lot easier.
I've been having to kind of forcibly learn how to do that with all the stuff happening with me, the dreams that are potential. I was going to say dreams connected to both these orbs, potentially that Shoff figure. I don't. I kind of.
It's the second time I heard that name.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, because we're worried about Angel. Oh boy.
I need to talk to them as well.
Yeah, well, the reason why the reason why that name is on my lips right now is because Barrett talked to me about apparently connections that were made.
Then that was a few things that's same conversation as what I got. Basically.
Yeah, well, the problem being is that one of the dreams that I had talked about before the orbs started showing up involved the same imagery and possibly similar themes as to what they might stand for, which means that the whole line that it said of being a vessel of its mercy is even more concerning than it already was.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Have fun with that thought. Go find the Ignis people before they go to bed. Please.
Right. It's always good to have these existential talks of dread. Whatever way I meant to say that.
Can't you? Can you
keeping me informed?
Can you expect anything less from me? This is my brand.
Got it. Oh, both of you! I saw that you've been sitting there for a while. Make sure to get something to eat. Someone, I forget her name already.
No, I want to starve. Okay, fine.
Sorry, were you talking to me?
Yes. He was saying get some food if you haven't.
Also, be careful with the stitches, I think their name is.
Were they found?
They were. Someone sold Robert to them for a bit, but we got Robert back apparently.
No, they didn't actually. Right, they did
no.
not sell them to the stitches. It was
Oh my
Robert being a
goodness.
silly guy.
Sheesh.
Thank you so much, Izzy. I hope you enjoy your birthday.
I'm feeling great. I am, what was I gonna say?
I wonder if that Ferrari is still there. The bread. I'd like to get some from it. Well, guys, you heard all that. What do you think of the matter? Do you think I'm being overly worried to the same degree as I've been worried about you? So what's this I'm hearing about Robert getting sold to the Stitches?
Yeah, Riley sold Robert to the Stitches.
How much was he worth? Just out of
That's what
curiosity.
we asked. What Rin asked.
I'm glad. I'm glad that we have the same brain cell in this matter.
Apparently, he said it was for tiny clothes for the skink.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Riley's pet.
Oh, Percy, I believe their name is.
Percy. Percival. Yeah.
So now we know. Robert is worth one tiny outfit.
One tiny outfit. To be fair, a tiny outfit is probably harder to do.
A tiny
'cause
outfit
it's probably
fit
harder
for
to hide the stitches.
A tiny outfit fit for
That's
a
fair.
non-humanoid form.
No, that's fair. That's fair. That's a good point.
So
At that point, why not just get a sock and cut some holes in it?
that's very cute.
Wow.
That's adorable. Oh, we should get an outfit for him.
Hey, are you still making bread?
Probably no make bread.
Or
Probably no cook gone.
Do they have
Still
some?
bread,
Yeah. Okay, that's what I meant.
Bread's.
Yes.
Can me and Yorl talk to you real quick?
No.
Sounds
Yes.
like the majority of them were originally from the city.
Nice.
What's up?
Have you had a chance to talk to any of the new arrivals?
Yes, and I've met the two that were A for Tech specialists.
3 of them, actually.
Okay, well, I met 2 of them then. I don't know who the third is.
Well, I've just been discussing with Jack.
Hi.
About,
Hello.
Everyone's inside drinking if you want to go join them.
That's alright. I'm not really one for drinks.
Oh. Hi, Manus. We were kind of having a private talk.
It is a bit of a sensitive topic, but
sorry.
I'm afraid.
Hey, Céline. I apologize.
Yeah. Anyways, do you have concerns about them, or is it kind of incidental to the topic?
Not well. The thing is, my concerns aren't specifically about them, just in general.
Tap in the front. Main it's
The
inside.
fact that we're,
Oh, well, in there, or back there?
In there.
Inside where everyone's drinking. Go save them from the horrors of
but I need to
intoxication.
keep an eye on her. She's trying this blackout drink, and I gotta make sure that's fine.
Basically, I shall keep it brief, seeing as it seems this is not the best of common places to have.
Yeah.
I mean, we can relocate if you need. If this is a long topic.
We are concerned about who we share the
It only needs to be
information with,
brief.
specifically those 3, because we've had a run-in with Palvendor. And it's very convenient that they sent 3 auxiliary units our way, who have not disclosed to me where they're from in Asix.
Okay, well, I suppose the first thing is, it's fairly common knowledge that the shields
It's common knowledge of the
exists.
shield, it's not common knowledge how to build it.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like the shield,
we
shield
know that
exists.
people are aware of its existence, and we are aware that the Palavandor previously made attempts during their negotiations to get their hands on the designs for the device.
Yeah.
So until we have no reason to believe that they might be in any way related to or affiliated with Palavandor, we do not allow them anywhere near the device or designs of the device. This is why, for now, I have them working on giving me plans for bolstering up the defenses of this place.
I'd say just seeing as we don't have a professor for this anymore, we should probably even consider within the division if there's a quote-unquote head to kind of make the calls on where we should prioritize our resources.
We still have Samar. We could run things by her. And Commander Acteris, for all intents and purposes, is an authority along with the Lieutenant, but as things are shaking out, I do concur with Céline. We are lacking an official authority figure as of late.
I suppose I meant more those who are directly familiar with the nature of it, what it is that we do. And, well, certain individuals within the division have more sensitive information than others that may help determine where those resources should be allocated. Hence
regardless, we can discuss that sort of thing. It's a little less urgent, but I just wanted to make sure that you were on the same page as us, that we don't share information with them until we've discovered reason to trust.
Well, I can certainly say that the siblings seem very eager about the existence of the thing, as well as just the nature of the airship itself. I think they're presently, first impression, is starstruck. So
I'd be happy to show it to them. It's quite a beauty, even if it's a little bit Palavandorian.
Well, I mean, they're going to be shown it one way or the other.
Actually work in our favor. If you do show them around, see if you can note any familiarity with the tech. That might indicate some sort of hint.
Yeah.
Not exactly common knowledge flying ships, so if they had come on with their background information, they might.
I suppose the key question is if they are expressing a stronger interest or urge to work on or work with somebody who's working on that part, what should we do in order to deflect that without making it obvious that it's for the sake of vetting?
Well, for ease of it now, you can just say that we've not been authorized to even construct the shield in this location. It would come from the lieutenant specifically, so you can just relay any concerns directly.
Yeah, so we don't even have like
the concern.
Yeah, we don't even have the shell of one started yet because that thing takes up way too much space once it's started.
I also advise, if Commander Mordred's not already on it, telling the rest of the, I guess, highest ranking here that same detail of thoughts, so that they are aware of what we should be sharing.
The other thing is to be careful with who and which you discuss this suspicion, because knowing how Rosewood operates and the way sensitive information gets passed around, I don't want them to be aware that we're
Suspicious, good point.
Suspicious.
Well, then maybe I could retract that statement for now until we are more sure of what to do next.
Professors, sure, they're more than trustworthy.
I was going to say, if we can't trust the professors to keep discretion, we can't trust anybody, so...
I don't think you can trust anybody. It's usually saved me in a lot of secret situations.
Okay, well that's a bleak outlook, but I mean, you're not entirely wrong.
But that was...
You can trust yourself.
You
can trust your intention to discuss.
Either way, message heard loud and clear. I'll keep that in mind.
Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Céline.
Sure.
Hi, thank you.
For the record, I trust both of you.
As do I.
And even if they are vetted in the end, we'll need to be extra careful regarding our contribution.
Aye.
We have to think
They
about.
don't even need to be aware of that component to begin with. If it does eventually come up, then they will
We
just
do have to
make
think
do with
about
the fact that-
one possibility is that somebody out of a, let's just say, a concern for people's safety or whatnot might bring it up as a, oh, did you, just so that you're aware, as part of the whatever, do you know what this is?
I
sort
suppose
of
I
thing.
shouldn't be surprised if someone...
So, we should be prepared on how to talk about it healthily if we have to, but if we don't, it would be preferred.
Really? Yeah. Yeah, they drink about...
Well, in that case, the truth can just be mentioned, because that is information that we cannot share.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And that is all that they need to know.
Yeah. We are under direct order that information is kept to absolute minimum.
Aye.
Go to know if
Very well.
possible or not now. I'd like to arrange one of these dreams. I have questions.
Either way. I'll keep an eye on them. They seem to be...
if you do learn anything, then...
They seem to be rather... They seem to get along with me rather nicely, so... They seem more than willing to talk to me on that matter, so... If they're,
Good. Well then, learn what you can, but don't arouse suspicion yourself.
Sure. I have an idea or two of how I could, potentially ease it out without being unnatural.
No offense. I just...
But I can always wait.
I'm trying to figure something out, and I don't want to...
If that is alright with you.
Spook anybody.
Ah, spooky? Am I spooky?
I don't think so. You're not very scary at all.
I don't think you tried to be.
Indeed.
Alright, I will try to scare you, alright?
Okay.
Are you two... Oh my... Guys, it's only been a week. How are you already this drunk again?
Free time.
True.
Hey!
Sorry about the bubbles. There's a drink in there. It's bubble drink.
We're at a time where a majority of our struggles could be washed out with alcohol.
It looks delicious from the way that you guys are
most stressed.
sloshing it down.
This is still my first month. I haven't done not nearly as much as you do.
Why not?
Oh,
How strong is this?
okay.
It's just regular, but it'll make you blow bubbles though.
If you get drunk, it'll make you blow bubbles.
Well, I think
It's
just
like way too sweet and kind of gross, but you could do that.
Yeah, you can show everyone, and it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. You could be like, "Hey, Luca."
How are you, Céline?
The usual.
Okay.
Hey.
I suppose that gives you more
Yeah.
insight than you probably most others would.
That's not funny. Okay, that's a little funny.
Yeah.
It's a
Actually,
little funny.
I've been meaning to ask you something if you want.
Sure.
Last we spoke, you said you were going to have words with the lieutenant regarding potentially officially being instated as an auxiliary force member. Has that happened yet?
Yes. Although I woke up this morning and I found my uniform gone and a note from the Three Stitches saying that they were going to return it after making adjustments to it.
Do you have a vent in your room?
Outside the room.
Well, at the very least, they're no longer pretending like they're not there. So Granted, that's
Yeah,
probably
yeah,
after.
no, we,
Granted, that's probably after Acteris gassed out the vents. They probably kind of had to.
Well, we
Less-
caught them out and about over by the bridge down there.
Yeah, and apparently Robert got sold to them in exchange for a small outfit for Percy.
Oh my word. Oh,
So in
no,
case you've
this
ever-
I have to see.
So
I
in
have
case
to
you-
see this when this happens.
So in case you ever want to know how much you ever feel like you're not worth a whole lot, just know that someone got traded for effectively a tiny sweater about this big.
You know, fine. Alright. I would hope at least that it would be a little bit worth more than that, but who knows, right?
Well, I suppose there's one person who would place considerably high value on you.
Indeed. Indeed.
Well, either way, so, long story short, it's been approved, yes?
Yes, I am officially part of Auxiliary Force.
Excellent.
Working more specifically under the Alchemical Division.
Oh,
but helping out wherever needed.
I was not aware that you were an alchemist.
I haven't practiced it in quite some time. Mostly I haven't had the opportunity to do so, but yes, it was something I was taught when I was young.
Well, and you'd certainly get along well with Rin. She's Lumen's resident alchemical genius and currently the initiative's enabler.
She and Robert both, to be fair.
Yeah. Using so much of our resources to make alcohol so that those two bumbling idiots over there can get sloshed drunk every night.
Yeah.
Granted, it's more than
My
just
specialty
them,
is more so in
but it seems like
restoration.
every time I see them, one of them is like 5 seconds from eating the dirt.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. No, my specialty is more so in the restoration side of alchemy. So,
yeah. Well,
mana potions, stamina, and the like.
Yeah, no.
That's what I prefer to
Well,
use.
again, someone good to talk to, especially with the restorative side, is Rin, given that they managed to figure out how to make a mana potion that works stronger than anywhere close to the most traditional forms without causing any harm to the imbider or causing them to go into mana burn or back. Well, the earlier approach, the earlier test versions were quite literally referred to as the potion of backlash because you drink it and just immediately backlashed.
Oof.
Oof.
Yeah, that doesn't sound pleasant.
Yeah, you've heard of bone hurting juice. Get ready for this.
Oh, lovely.
Either way, they're definitely someone good to pick the brain of, especially seeing as our alchemical professor seems to have made himself scarce as of late.
I'll definitely be doing so.
Excellent. Well, I felt like it was a bit of an inevitability given the circumstances of your arrival here, but it's good to hear that you are now official and therefore will not be leaving anytime soon.
Not if I can help it.
Lovely. Well, if you ever get a wild
Alright.
hair and you decide that you want to branch out from alchemy into the Aethertech stuff, well, I know we got a bunch of extra hands recently, but we can always use more, especially from people that we're familiar with.
It's getting there. It's not bad.
I'm always willing to learn new things, so if I ever get time.
Okay, well,
Be happy to sit down with you.
essentially, it's if you wish to learn, seeing as I might as well pay it forward from Professor Monty giving me an absolute speed run in the most unorthodox way, which worked. but I don't think I'd recommend that learning path for anyone else because it was kind of a crash course of necessity.
Fair enough. As I said, I'll come find you then if that happens.
Sure. Yes, she has. It was mimed. I didn't have the object in my hand, but she has eaten. I hope I didn't fuck up with this whole setting sun business. As if I needed more people competing for who has the most influence over me. At this point, I'd prefer to just stick to the influencers that I already know. Listen, given everything that has come into play and the concerns that were arisen, I feel at least less anxious about the what-ifs. With the fact that I at least have independent observers that, while we may not necessarily agree on the extent of the nature of this connection and its benefits, I would hope that the thing I attributed to you all, that if they had tried to make a move on me or influence my mind, that you would have taken offense to that measure and potentially try to prevent them from succeeding. One day is... a single day is one matter, but that week felt really foreboding. So, sorry. I don't know. I don't know what to think about all this. And the thing that I'm coming to realize is that I don't know if you all would even have that answer either. After all, you all literally were afraid of Shoff, if that is indeed who it was, the same way I was afraid. So clearly, it's not as simple as it keeps trying to present itself as. Which means I'm gonna have to get the answer straight from the source. And seeing as it's been stalking me throughout the day, maybe I'll get that opportunity sooner than I think. As much as I am still very loath to talk to it with the implications of what it could potentially be looking to do to me. Not even the forgetting the fact that it's what its goal is, if what was told me earlier is to be true. There's risks have to be taken in order to get the answers that we want. That's what I did with the Raventhorns, and it looks like it might be what I have to do with them too. And now also the worries that I can't even trust the new auxiliary forces, so that's great. I wish things were a bit more black and white sometimes. Not across the board, but at least with just... I wish you could just talk to a person, or look at them, and be able to know, without a doubt, whether or not you can trust them, whether or not you can speak to them, whether or not they are willing to safeguard your secrets. Because so far I have good punches on a lot of people, but there's few that I can say that I have irrefutable proof that I can open up to them. Honestly, if anything, I think the ones who are ironically the ones I can most irrefutably open up to are you all. It's only because of the fact that you exist inside my head. There is literally no way for me to avoid sharing everything about me with you all, for better or worse. I literally have no way to keep secrets, but at least it's nice that I am able to do so without having to worry about whether or not they will forcibly be divulged from me. Well, I appreciate... Well, there might be one who can. To what extent remains to be seen. Remember, there's that other one who carries stuff very similar to what I deal with. Albeit, it sounds like the nature of their words change. Theirs are a bit more chaotic leaning. At least while we are like this, it is more orderly. To an extent. And I appreciate that. I don't know if I could exactly bear dealing with utter chaos in my head all the time. Listen. I know you probably won't necessarily believe me immediately, given my general hostility to the nature of our connection. But I really do mean it when I said that I had no idea that what I said to the Purple Orb, what I said to Shoff, meant that we would be... that it would affect you all as well. I had my suspicions that there was a potential connection, but I had no way of knowing for certain. So... when I found out that happened, I mean, at first it was, well, surprise, because I thought that was something that was the ability of the Golden Orb to disrupt my ability to perceive you all. But then it didn't go away for days. Honestly, I was afraid that potentially Shoff had taken you all away for the purposes of making it easier to get to me. Given the nature of that one dream that they were using as the basis for that connection point, the one you all helped me have. I remember how relieved and fearful that you were upon me resurfacing from the waters in that dream. After that entity, which could have been Shoff, finally released me. So... I still am not gonna act like I understand this bond that I don't think either of us really know what brought it forth. But I didn't realize how much anxiety and trepidation I would get for not having it present until it happened. To a degree, I feel at least a bit more ease knowing for sure that the usual presences that walk with me are there. Because while I don't necessarily understand you, I at least know you a bit better than these other ones. Shoff. Potential for others trying to vie for mental dominance over me. It's amazing. Everywhere I look, it seems like it's just more and more people wanting to take what little bit I have control over myself away to take a piece for themselves. Always loops back around to why me? Why am I the one that they seek? What made me the object of their focus? The object of their interest? Was it luck? Was it fate? Is it the whims of some god I don't know? And I want to know. Because knowing would mean that the purpose for all of this would finally make sense. I know. If anything, you've at least been consistent on that front, which is appreciated. It would be a lot easier to understand you if you changed your story every time we spoke. But you don't. It helps. Which is why it's also equally frustrating that your story remains the same, that you don't know anything about the things that I ask. Because it means that you're telling me the truth. I believe you misunderstand the reason for me wanting to know. It is not knowing about the end destination, it is more knowing the nature, the intent for those who play these games with my soul. To understand things like what they meant by be their vessel of mercy. To understand what others may have to gain from subjugating me, subjugating another. It is not necessarily the act of knowing everything that is going to happen, but understanding what they want, what they're hoping to achieve, is a guiding point. A point of which makes it easier for one to either facilitate or resist. As typically the lack of knowledge leads to resistance. That lack of knowledge leading to resentment. A feeling I'm sure you all are well aware of in our long-standing relationship we've had. There's been a lot of resentment. For very obvious reason.
Céline.
And I'm sure you know. Hmm? Yeah?
Have you seen, Yuki?
Somewhat, but it was a while ago. Why?
I saw her leave town with a drink, and Talia asked me to keep an eye on her, and I lost track of her.
Well, unfortunately, outside of seeing who goes into or out of town, I don't really have a good sight line on the rest of the things unless there are people walking down that path over there.
Alright.
I believe,
Well,
last I remember, they were heading out that way.
Okay, I'll check further out that way then. Thanks.
Yeah, there's a number of points of interest over there. Cue Yuki showing up from the exact opposite direction that I said in 5 seconds. Either way, where was I? I suppose the point that I'm trying to get at is not necessarily just getting the answers to the future. It's getting the guidance that I feel like is necessary to be properly prepared for the future. Whatever future that may entail. And at whose whim is it? Mine or someone else's? Hopefully it's mine. But as we both know, that is a very difficult thing to have. But hopefully you understand that. And if not, then I guess that's well, potentially a profit, but that's another matter entirely. Prepared? Maybe. Maybe not, but one can get advice to be as prepared as they can be. And that's the thing that I'm looking for that I know you can't provide me. Whether it's not is because you truly cannot or do not want to. At this point is irrelevant. As it doesn't change the fact that it's not going to come from you. Unless you surprise me, I suppose, but I'm not holding my breath on that one. Although I do point out that it would certainly make things a lot easier. But I know you can't necessarily do that. Although now that I know that they have an influence over you too in some way, it is helpful information. At least there's a connection, similar as there was with the other one. And despite that discomfort feeling, which I don't necessarily blame you for at this point, it's helpful. It's helpful to know. Maybe it was something you all didn't know either. Who can really say? Well, I suppose I know who can, but again, this is probably a can't or won't tell sort of situation. Now, if only the matter of getting the ones who could potentially answer, or at least might be willing to answer, to appear as an entirely different situation altogether. If it were that simple for me, I don't think I would have to try so hard. Any thoughts, Council? Aside from the obvious one, yes, I know, being careful is the point. But being idle is also dangerous at this point. If I don't say anything, if I don't try to do anything to potentially change whatever fate is in store, or at least influence it, things could end badly for us. So I feel like at this point we do agree that we do more or less want the same thing. At least in one regard. At least I hope so. I think in that front there's a bit of an unfortunate push and pull that has to happen. It's not ideal, but it's the current only working thing that actually has yielded outcomes that are informative. Whether or not it's good or bad is situational. Now to carefully get up so I don't fall off this cliff. Oh my... That almost made me fall off. Hi! I did not know you were down there.
It's okay.
It's fine, I'll catch you.
How many people are down there?
Just the two of us.
Were you just sitting there listening to me talk?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, at least you're
A
honest.
little bit. We just got here.
I mean, the council seemed to be very intriguing, so...
Good to know that it's not entirely their fault.
Just talking to them. Oh, and there goes Yuki, but not the person who was looking for Yuki.
Oh, Yuki fell.
Yeah, she's also blackout drunk. I don't want to fall too heavily on you. Yes, I know you're strong, but if I'm gonna... Listen, if that was the thing that put... If that was the thing that put you in the infirmary, I would never hear the end of it.
I can handle both of you. That's fine.
Huh.
Yeah? Have you ever picked this both up before?
As a matter of fact, yes. Remember the gala?
I was gonna say, the gala... Oh, right, she was
I carried you both on my shoulders. All right, yeah, you were pretty fucking drunk.
She found the bottle and proceeded to drink from said bottle. And then another one.
It was good, probably.
And then another one.
Listen, if I don't put it down, it's good.
Bottles. Yeah, if you don't put it down, you start getting so red, they're starting to... Well, explode at that point. I am starting to worry.
Anyways, the attempted orb bait for either color seemed to fail because they seemed to like... I at least knew that one was making a point of showing itself throughout the day a couple times.
Still.
Because while we were talking to Vesper, it was doing it again.
Right.
Not approaching.
It's
just making sure that I saw it.
So,
because it was
what do you want to do? Still got some time for drinks?
As long as you don't let me end up like those two bumbling idiots over there.
I think it'd be very funny if you end up like that, though.
Given the nature of how this day has gone with the discussions, informations, I would like to try to remain sober today.
What? You think I wouldn't catch you if you fall?
No, it's not physically. Yes, I know you'd catch me. I don't think my head is in the right place to be adding the volatility of intoxication on top of it.
I would agree with you on the front that I feel the same way, but I'm also a Northern Drozen, so I don't really give a shit about that. It kind of enhances the experience of positive and negative, but you know, it's fun.
Okay, well, I'll just put it plainly. I'm not looking to forget today or come close to it.
Hi. Are you sure you didn't need any help? You've been doing a lot back
That
and
is the
forth.
thing about it, though. I definitely had a plan, specifically. If you're willing to... Well, I kind of wanted to plan for you guys something. I wanted to potentially take some supplies that we have access, maybe a couple blankets, and... You know the place across the river when we were talking to Rowan? Personally thought it was a very, cute spot.
Okay.
I thought we'd, enjoy some company, just the three of us.
He wants to go on a date with us.
You know what? Yes, I do want to go on a date with both of you.
Unless, of course, you're too busy with your counsel.
Shut the Listen.
You would want me. Do you really want me to shut up?
I don't need that anymore because
There you go.
It's more of a... You could just say it outright. You don't need to dodge the topic. You don't need to pull a me.
Right, but I also know you're busy. That's fine. I'm sort of tickling out the idea if there's anything you might be having to do. In which case, I'd rather just let that sit in the water.
I only have one hard scheduled date of sorts, and I don't even know when that's happening because it depends sort of on when the other party gets back to me. And outside of that, well, there are other matters that can be put aside for a night, if need be.
I do agree with that. So,
I'd say we get ourselves 1 or 2 drinks from here, and then...
And Jill, they're running off.
How about we...
Yes, I have to catch him now.
How about we 3 vanish for a bit?
Do you need help?
Well, perhaps, perhaps ask that one before they vanish themselves.
I was going to say, a couple drinks and then, you know, looking at the time, it is getting a little late, so... How about that? Drinks and then we vanish?
Yeah, I was gonna say we should, if we're gonna do it, we should probably do it soon.
Yeah, you're right, alright. Now you want it to have it that quick, alright, fair enough.
Well, I mean, with the events of last night, I think it's probably best that we find our way back to the Iron Rose before it gets super dark out.
Thank you. How much do I owe you for it?
There's already some stuff in there, sweet.
Am I wrong about that?
Alright. Hello everybody! This is a business and not the tavern on the island. You're gonna have to pay for these.
Yes, and I have.
I do. Do you?
Yes, this place is a business.
I might be. Well, I do know about that. I'm not that stupid. I wouldn't want to steal alcohol from people.
Alright. Okay. So yep, you got we do got some food. It's right there. If you're looking for drinks, if you can't read it, the small print, there's a big sign right there, or there's a regular piece of paper right here.
Yeah, I already put down what I needed to. For what I want.
You know what? I'm taking this drink here, so wait, let me...
Which one is that?
That should be just the basic one.
Should we,
Alright, I'll just take
called again?
three copper.
You got at least a little bit of the insight you were hoping to find.
Maybe 4.
I know exactly what I need to do now.
Alright then. Should we... Are we able to take the tankards with us? At least we're not, as long as we're bringing them back.
I hope that you are able to
Alright then.
get the support you need to do.
Yeah, just bring them back.
Thank you. Can we get yourself something as well, Sonny?
I
You
got
might like the sweet roll, flavors of cinnamon and sugar blended with a strong scent of rum. Or perhaps, if you want to be a bit silly, you can get the Brewmaster's Bubble Mint, where if you drink enough of it, you start blowing bubbles out of your mouth. Ghoul's Grog is pretty good. It's like a maple leaf with cinnamon in it.
It was just really sweet.
Yeah, and then there's also Maple Moon Sugar.
Which is it's like maple mead, also with like some mint in it, mint and vanilla. Yeah, that it.
Mint, vanilla, and cream. There's it.
Virgin, the stress.
What was on your recommended ship?
Ghoul's Grog. All right, that will be 18 copper, but you're my friend, so I'll only make you pay 14 copper.
What? What do you mean, Caleb? We're not friends? So I don't get the friend price?
What do you mean? I gave you a discount.
Did you?
Because of late healing and such.
Okay, didn't notice that.
This guy paid this is 8 copper for a thing of meat. So that didn't seem right. So everyone gets 4.
Fair enough.
All right.
I mean, I'm ready to go. Whatever. So I'm just
cinnamon
waiting.
stick in it. Here you go.
Let's get that for Sonny and then head out. She gets herself a sweet tooth. I'm surprised there.
All right. Down engine it.
Then, let's go head out, sweeties.
I don't think Thorgar's coming back, by the way. I just realized.
Have a good night.
Everyone's really evacuated.
Oh, this stuff is... Wow, okay. No, I can see.
What'd
something.
What'd you get?
Mead. I had better.
I was going to say,
That'll do.
stronger or weaker
It's
than
not really
Rins?
Oh, fuck, weaker. Excuse me. Rins has at least a good kick. This stuff is like... I might be drinking piss at this point.
Well, look at it this way. At least it means you'll have a better chance of not, at least as long as you stick to that one glass, of not ending up like Tweedledee and Tweedledum.
Oh yeah, no, those two are fucking goner.
Yeah. Is she coming?
I'd hope, unless she's getting herself like 15 different cups now.
Oh, hold on.
I got a war to go fight, and it's gonna be the quickest war ever, and I'll be right back.
Huh? No, never mind. I don't have the context.
Promise you're gonna go back. You're not gonna leave like this.
No, I'll be back.
So, no bullshit in the room sort of thing.
Okay.
But,
I'm trusting you. Because if you don't come back, I'm coming. And I'm dragging you by the tail.
with a lot of these.
She got distracted by Shio, and it looks like they're talking about
changes in the ambient divine energy
well,
around you.
she's now very emotional right now.
When you reach for wind,
as a warning.
Why emotional?
Because of whatever it is that Shio said he has figured out he needs to do. And she's worried that he's going to leave just like others have recently.
Right.
Like finding a muscle you didn't know you had.
What are they talking about over there?
Here.
I overheard buzzwords.
Well, would you want to step over and potentially listen in?
If we do that, we'll not be able to get away for a while without.
That's also a point.
If you want us
I don't think we're gonna get away without Sunny being here. So you know what? I'm gonna pick up Osby. So you hold this for me, dear.
Before you go, there's spare bedrooms in the airship at the bottom floor, the bottom bunks. You can find one of them. There's also on the top deck. In the middle.
Top deck is probably better.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Top deck, next to the medical building or the alchemy building. You'll find it. Figure it out.
Look for the door that says no Ferrari.
That's not. That's the alchemy room.
Yeah, next to it.
It's approximately in the area. If you want to
He's
put
gonna
a
be
But if they go in the alchemy room, then they can see the depiction of our local genius.
I'm a genius.
You're one thing for sure. You're an enabler of all the alcoholics.
Says you holding two mugs?
Do you have a problem?
Barrett handed this to me to hold for him. Because he's trying to extract Sunny in I'm not drinking out of either of them. Shut.
I'll hold them.
If I give them to you, you will drink them. So no.
I can be trusted with alcohol.
I can be trusted with alcohol, she says.
Compared to Luca and Yuki, yes, actually. Because
the bar's not very high there.
Doing those two, I'm gonna be honest. I think it's doing those two a world of good. We just need to get them to keep acting like that when they're sober.
I was gonna say, I don't want them to become reliant on alcohol to express any degree of positive emotion.
I think that's too late.
Well,
I guess now we have a therapist.
Well, I was
on
going to say
board.
we have a therapist.
Yes,
but again,
that's what your itch is
as I
here
joked
for.
about, I give them a week until we need another therapist to be their therapist.
I do think that he is not entirely aware of what he's getting himself into, but he seems driven.
I mean,
seems to have a passion, and he seems knowledgeable.
His heart's in the right place. Let's just hope that it stays intact. So what's this about a balance of things that I heard from afar? What's on your mind?
Balance of things?
I don't know, it's whatever the subject matter was earlier before people walked off. I just heard stuff with like people was like magic or whatnot.
We were just, he was talking about how magic makes people act different or something.
I mean, when you get to the whole nature of like what having an affinity does, it's kind of accurate. Barrett, yours is over here. I set it down because they were making fun of me
Wonderful.
for holding 2 mugs at once.
You're not that much of an alcoholic. That's my job.
That much. So, also, you said that they were enablers, so you are enabling his alcoholism. I see how it is.
Oh yes, you're absolutely an enabler. I cannot believe you, dear.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
I'm gonna go drown myself in the river.
Absolutely ridiculous.
The water.
Don't do that. That'd be great.
What? Oh wait, never mind.
Don't do that.
Did you just think I'd tell you to go drown? I think you clearly had too much. You know what? I think it's my time to hold both of these cups.
I haven't even drinking anything yet!
Don't go.
Yeah, I think you're getting intoxicated just by the sheer near of it.
Is that the true power of a water mage, being able to get intoxicated just by standing near to drink?
Can frogs of Erica drink through their skin?
What?
I'm sorry.
Hello?
It's it's a valid question, but that just came really out of the blue.
Well, we were just talking about osmosising fucking alcohol by being a water mage, but could a frogs of Erica theoretically get drunk from touching?
I don't know. Maybe you should look around and see if there's one somewhere in the city, and ask them that question.
Maybe you should use your time more wisely.
Listen, I told you, I'm on break. I'm avoiding burnout
It's
right
her
now.
time.
No, absolutely.
If she
You
wants,
need to
if
take
she
that
wants,
break.
if she needs to spend some quality action time for herself to find out the answer to that question, let her do that.
Hey, fair enough, I guess. Fight the frogs of Erica.
Look, now Barrett's the alcoholic.
I thought that was way obvious.
Yeah.
No. I feel like that's...
I
feel
mean,
like that's a little bit of a... Listen,
I mean,
we're Northern Trojans. Come on, we know how this works.
The slightly secret alcoholic is also Sunny, at least if the gala was to be any indication. I didn't realize she could down that much.
I was getting worried a little bit about her.
She was
Yeah.
starting to tumble.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Oh yeah, I have a weird question.
I have a
This is for the
weird
non-Severicans
answer.
here.
True.
Okay.
Yeah.
If y'all were Severicans, what kind do you think y'all would be?
Bear.
That's a great question.
Uh,
You're Severic. You're just saying two parts, I see.
Because you're
Oh, you're...
I don't know.
Bird.
Bert.
Alright, well, they've been assigned Severicus, I guess.
Okay, well, I feel like that question has been answered without my input.
The council is
so I'm very happy about that, you know?
Wait. I know why you're answering. I hate that you're actually probably right.
Alright, well, one left.
Sure. What about you?
Ooh.
Or does Sonny want to do that as well? Up there she goes.
The council has spoken. Council of one.
Cat or gerbil?
What? Cat or gerbil?
Cat because
Makes
you're
the
feisty
answer
and you're
any
nimble.
easier. I have
And
fangs.
gerbil because you're tiny and cute.
Are there gerbils, Spherica? I've never met one.
But I'd want to see one.
Neither
and,
of those.
and a girl like
I've
her is a
never met
rarity,
any of
so you
those.
know, gerbil.
I'm not either of those. Why not?
I have a personal answer, but I'm still curious to hear what you think.
Oh, I've had my answer. I'm reserving
Ooh.
judgment.
Ooh,
Go on.
Maybe. Ooh, or like
Oh, this is gonna be interesting.
A
Ooh,
deer.
she'd be really pretty.
I'm a
deer.
deer.
Maybe a reindeer specifically.
What? Because I'm flighty and skittish.
No.
So like a feral cat.
You.
What?
Or a gerbil with rabies.
Sunny!
You're giving it to rabies.
You know what? You can have your drink back.
Yeah, can I have that back? I need it.
I'm pulling your
Do it, Sunny, dear. I think it's your turn for me.
Gotta be the rabid raccoon. She has zero version of water and everything.
I've had a sip. I'm sober.
That's so cruel.
I feel like it's sipping a little too much for you.
Raccoon. How is it not sure?
Oh, she would be like a big with your little bushy tail, and then she'd like.
Nope.
Go on.
Like I said, I was taking it away from you. You had too much.
No.
Your life, but that doesn't betray weakness. You're part of a herd and put much importance in it. And despite everything, you keep going.
Aw, that's way nicer than a rabid gerbil.
Yes, it is, Sunny.
I was gonna say.
I don't know what you were thinking.
I was gonna say one very wholesome and like honest vibe, and then whatever that was.
I just wanted to make her laugh. Okay, I'm successful.
You know what? I can respect that.
I don't know, but something like super like elegant, you know? Something super elegant.
Did we want to take that moment?
I think you're very
or,
elegant.
has the moment passed?
Oh my God!
Let's
get
go.
a room.
You know what? We actually will.
Which one? Okay.
All right. What do you want about that? Yes. Oh, now you want. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I guess if you're shooing us away, I still wish you a very lovely rest of the day. Okay. Fair enough.
Take care.
They're going.
And I do have to say one thing, and that is no disrespect to this place.
Anyways.
I'm really missing your ale. This is shit. I'm not gonna lie.
When we get settled back.
Let's hope. Can't believe you guys.
Listen, I didn't mean for it to be quite so unsubtle, but I remembered the mention that if we went over there, we wouldn't be leaving. We'd miss our opportunity to have a moment of privacy, and it seemed like you really wanted to have it.
Listen, look, I think it's pretty obvious.
What's going on? Huh?
Who are you looking at,
What's
Goodies? Or are you talking about us?
You.
Right.
Both of you.
Well, look, I don't want to rush anything. Look, I think it's very obvious. I'll drop my drink. Well, I don't need that anymore over the day. Wonderful. Fantastic.
Wait, the majority of it's still in there.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, sweet. There's a little bit of bottom of it.
Wait, I can use the power of water man to just be like, it's basically water anyways. You said right?
Yeah, true. Oh. No, well, let's hope there's. Takes out a bug. All right, fair enough.
Oh, shut up. You were the one who called it basically water. I'm just saying, I can.
So what?
I can
so
make.
Like, what were you saying?
It is.
What were you implying?
Look, okay.
Not rushing
going
things.
to be.
Yeah.
Not rushing things because okay. Look, this is the first time I'm kind of doing this with people that I know who actually love me back. It's just
Oh, it's crazy, right? It feels good.
Yeah, it is insane.
I was gonna say if we don't keep walking, if we don't keep walking, people will catch up to us, and then we won't get our moment.
See us on the path.
Look, all I'm saying is, I love both of you. I very much do. And
Aww.
enjoy the rest of your day.
Same with y'all.
By all means. Everything
Y'all
alright?
going to the tower?
Not the tower, but taking a little bit of a walk. Not really anywhere, just...
I think the intent of our direction is to take a left.
Good to know then. Thank you.
Wait, there are people down this way?
Regardless.
Whatever
Look,
makes you
okay.
happy, that's their fault, not mine.
Talia is a little bit more blunt with it, but I just think that if you both are interested, and I think both of you are both very pretty women. I care about you a lot, and are you okay, Céline?
Carry on.
I believe she's having, she is getting flustered, is the, proper terminology here.
What I am asking, again, I don't want to push if you both are not ready, but I think if you are interested, maybe, we should spend the night together, and, well, as you said yourself, Céline, you don't want to forget the night, so I was potentially thinking that, originally, with a little bit of something to eat, a good blanket, potentially we could make it a more, as you say, unforgettable night.
Breathe, girl.
I understand if this is both too quick for you, and I apologize if I overstepped. I just...
No. I mean, it's like the whole, the thought crossed my mind at some points in time that, it would come up eventually, and I was like, not sure how to approach it or the matter at all.
I understand if it's... Yeah. Look, I understand. I'm not... Listen, I love both of you very dearly.
Mm-hmm.
And I would never want to do anything if you guys are not ready. This is just me saying, if you both want to, I have no problem. And I would very much love to.
Yeah.
I mean, really, we're never gonna get enough of, like, this much privacy, huh? Anyways.
Yeah, I mean, either that, I was already at the point where I was like, okay, do I start having a conversation with Rin to potentially, like, ask her if she could, like, politely leave the rooms for, like, a night or two, but...
I mean... she's not...
She already knows.
She basically knows, like...
Well, yes, but
for sure
I'm also not the one to... Okay, you know what? I love both of you. I'm not going to go up to Rin and just be like, hey, I love these two women. I would like to have a fun night with them. I hope you both understand that.
I know. Okay, like, I'm not...
Consider, honey.
It's not really a conversation that I really had a lot in my life.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit... I'm, mostly trained on warfare, not really that whole...
I know.
Love thing. I just... Listen, alright?
It's totally left at the town. I don't want to hold this anymore.
It's fine. You can drop it there.
They'll never know.
It's fine. We can take it with us back when we're done.
Yeah.
So I think, over here is... It's a little open, but... I also do not mind a little bit of privacy in the nature aspect.
I don't want people to see my ass. I'm gonna keep it very honest with you.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to let that sit in the room.
I was going to say, there's nothing I could say that would not make the moment better or worse, so I'm going to not say anything either.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, but you're the one who started it.
Yeah, I'm good at what I do, alright? What about it?
It's like, I had my share of experiences in my life when it comes to that, but that was more just...
Yeah?
Just meaningless thing. Listen, it was more just meaningless
Singles
things,
or
alright?
doubles?
What do you mean with that?
What?
Listen. All I'm saying is that yes, I've had my experiences. I'm just saying I've never really had that experience with someone who is as charming and as pretty as both of you are.
Oh, okay. I haven't at all. So I'm going to just put that in the air right now. That
That's
What'd you
then
say?
do.
I don't know what
Then
to
do.
do.
My love, my moonlight.
What?
We'll take it at your speed. Okay. Do not worry. All right. Well, I feel like I should ask that respectfully. You had any experiences in the past about that, Sonny? Or
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna be the.
You guys are literally my first everything, so.
Okay, that's wow. I guess
I'm ready to hear your lecture, Sensei.
I
Yeah.
don't make it sound like that. Right. Well then,
That was my one allotted
think when the
joke,
sun-
okay?
You know what? You can joke all you want.
Finish it. Yeah.
I'm going to make you regret that.
Honestly deserved.
Yeah. You know what? Overall, let's have a fun night, shall we? Too.
I wonder if we'll actually have a good view of the stars out here.
For sure.
Let's hope.
Although,
I mean, I don't really need to look up. I already got my stars down here.
Oh,
he's smooth.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Well, it's almost like I've been calling her sunlight and you moonlight for so long.
Oh no, it was planned.
Oh no!
All along.
It's almost like I love both of you very, very much.
Hold on, the council must convene about this. I feel the same way, right?
Wonderful.
Yeah. Good. Just making sure. The council has reached.
Have you decided yet?
The council has reached a decision.
Yes. Okay. What has the council decided?
Oh, you're so tall.
That is. Picks up.
Thank you.
Well, then you two. Let's enjoy the night. With a little bit of privacy, finally.
Yeah. Now that we're not stuck in the fucking airship all the time.
Oh yeah, no. Let's make use of the time we have. Scene.
Hold on, let me properly hold on, stand still. I need to do this for the benefit of and now so my viewpoint. Fade to black.
Wonderful, fantastic. There you go.
Very small.
Yay!
Is there any spinny
I need to lean back. Oh, my back.
You got back crunchy back. You got crunchy back.
I got crunchy back because I'm sitting in my chair and I was leaning forward.
Look, dangly chain, dangly chain,
dangly chain. Wait, can you grab it? Can you grab it? Oh, you can grab it. Yeah.